How we doing there, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Welcome in. How are you all doing? Good morning. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Monday is finally here. And this week, on this week, we will mostly be playing the Shadowlands beta. Shadowlands beta? Dragonflight beta. Jesus. Can you tell it's Monday? How are we all doing there, boys and girls? We hit level 70. I did a bit. I might have accidentally played quite a lot over the weekend. I shouldn't have done, but I did. The weekend is meant to be my days off, but you know what? There's stuff to do. A little bit earlier today. Oh, yeah, by a touch. Yeah, I tend to, if I'm up, if I'm ready, let's just do it, let's just go. Right. Let's, there's a little bit of, now that we've hit level 70, I've been playing around with some of or trying to get to grips with the main factions. The 4 main factions that we're going to have access to, they are clearly the key to a lot of crafting professions, a lot of skill gaining abilities, a lot of quality of life systems. So I'm trying to get to grips with those fellas a little bit. I might have gone a bit ham. I might have gone a little bit ridiculous. I might have maxed out the Dragon Scale Expedition. Now, whilst I was able to max this out in, realistically only a few hours, I don't think when the game goes live, it's going to be quite as easy to do. Although, it might in the first couple of days. It might still be as quick and easy to level in the first couple of days. But as and when everybody realizes what you can do and how you do it, and by the time more people hit level 70, you'll probably find that the speed in which you can power level the Dragon Scale Expedition will slow down. There will be some shenanigans you can pull, I would imagine, but I have a feeling that this will be tweaked. Now, not all of them can you power level quite like this, or at least not from what I've seen. Dragon Scale Expedition, though, you can go ham with. When I worked out the trick, when I worked out the tactic, when I worked out how to do it, I went and did it. And I've put some notes together. I will probably be making a video about this before too long. But the Dragon Scale Expedition is one that everybody that's into crafting in any way, shape or form is going to want to pay attention to. So it's why I was kind of quite keen to see what it had to offer. I've made some notes. But for reference, when I talk about the fact that every single crafter is going to want to do this, it's because of the patterns that they offer. This dude, where's he gone? Behind all of this stuff is the holder of many, many, many schematics, patterns, designs, plans, formulas, the whole shebang. We have some engineering, some more engineering, some jewel crafting, couple of 3 jewel crafting patterns, 4 jewel crafting four jewel crafting patterns. I can't seem to speak today. Verse crit, verse haste, mastery crit, mastery haste. Well, it's 4 out of the 20, so 1/5 of your cuts are going to come from this reputation by the looks of things. There's a couple of enchants. What have we got here? Cooking. Jewel Crafter's Trinket. Okay, yeah, Jewel Crafter's Trinket. Oh my god, of life, both Jewel Crafter's Trinkets. Oh my lord. Tailoring, top quality tailoring profession tool for engineers. More engineers, More jewel crafting. Oh, Lord. Tailoring. 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 I hope you're starting to spot the pattern here, boys and girls. Enchanting. Tailoring. 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 Inscription. More engineering. More engineering. More tailoring. So there's only, okay, so leatherworking, not so much. Blacksmithing, not so much. But everybody else has got really good reason to level these things up. Is the reputation account-wide so your jewel crafter can get these? Well, the theory is, yes, that they're going to be account-wide. But like I said, the theory is. We're yet to see. There was also, originally on the alpha, it was data mined so that these, at certain checkpoints during this, it would make it easier for you to do the same thing on another character. Okay, the TLDR to this is we don't really know. It's a little bit hard to tell. For example, when you go to some of the vendors, they have this little tagline against it, right? They have, okay, that's annoying. Now I don't get the tagline. I don't get the tagline because I've already unlocked it. The red text that you tend to get on something when you haven't unlocked or haven't got access to it. The red text says something along the lines of available to any player on this account with as long as your renowned reputation is X number. So presumably they're not making these in and of themselves account wide, but the rewards, select rewards will be. That's a really big roundabout way of saying that we don't really fully know yet. It's a bit hard to gauge. Either way, though, I was intrigued considering that this one was the ticket for lots of crafting professions, crafting recipes, just how do we go about doing it and how easy can it be done. Additionally, people are going to level up the Dragon Scale Expedition for multiple reasons. Just take a little bit of a look at how many Dragon Isle supplies I now have. I've got nearly 14,000 Dragon Isle supplies. I made Dragon Isle supplies, for reference, is your Anima, your replacement version of Anima. I had myself probably close to 20,000 Dragon Isle supplies through leveling this faction up. I also obtained, those of you that follow me on Twitter might have seen this already, Primal Chaos, one of the big crafting materials, the Soulbound, one of two Soulbound materials needed for most crafting recipes. We have Primal Chaos and we have the Sparks of Ingenuity. These are the two big ticket Soulbound items that are needed for practically every single endgame craft. The Dragon Scale Expedition allows you to farm these things up, allows you to farm the Primal Chaos. And so through leveling it, I came about 357 of them in total. For reference, you need about 40, 50, 60 of these things each time you craft something. So 357 in theory is almost enough to fully get yourself kitted out in a nice endgame set of gear by putting in some crafting orders. But of course, you're also going to need more Sparks of Ingenuity than I've been able to come across. So the leveling path or the gear progression path side of things is still not totally resolved. But how are we doing, Haddock? Welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. But today, at least, all I want to try and do, my main focus for today is just to try and explore probably the Valdrakken Accord next, I think. These are quite an interesting faction. I'm keen to try and work out what we can do with these fellas to get it leveled up nice and quick. Give these guys a bit of a test. Total Titan relics. Unlock the ability to find Titan relics in Titan, Dragon, and Primalist treasures for reputation. This is going to be key for getting the next few levels, I reckon. I need to find where the Quartermaster is for the Valdrakken Accord. I've not located them yet. Dragon cooking. Purchase cooking toys and cosmetic items in Valdrakken. From your gross... Okay, so maybe it's actually in Valdrakken. Let's go have it a while. That would make sense, wouldn't it, really? But saving the best one for last, the fishing faction. The Tuskars is quite cool, you know. They have a community feast thing. It pops up on the map once every couple of hours for a community feast. And you all run off down to the southern part of Azure Plains. And you all work towards... In fact, the easiest thing for me to do is to show you. You work towards a community feast where you have to do a bunch of little tasks with everybody else to make the perfect soup, the perfect bowl of soup. I've got some footage I recorded the other day. A full soup run. So you have this community soup thing that you have to work towards, and you get given some simple tasks. Those simple tasks are, you know, usually run around, do some fishing. You then hand in the bits and pieces. You might have to go buy some vendor reagents or something to make the soup. And in theory, everybody is gonna, you know, this is pretty dead on the beta, since there's not that many people on the beta still. There's a handful of people kicking about, but this will be a lot more fun and interesting, at least for the first couple of weeks, I'd imagine, once the game goes live. But you do a few little tasks and you make this suit better. There's not too much to say about it. There's one there's a community feast quest that once you've done 5 little tasks, you get this bag of goodies. Let me see if I can find the bag of goodies bit. You run around, you pick up some bits and pieces, you go speak to people. Might be a little bit annoying on low population. Well, let's not forget that sharding and all of that sort of stuff is a thing. So even low pop servers, you should be able to come across people. We don't live in the classic era. Sharding and realm sharing is a thing. So how many have we done here? 4 or 5. Do one more. Do some more fishing. Throw it into the pool. Oh, great. Yeah, you get this thing. You get a supply-laden soup pot once you complete the community feast, once you've done 5 little tasks. And once opened, boom, you get a bunch of stuff. So you get some temporal dragon head, which I think is just some fish. Some Dragonale supplies, 3 Dragonale artifacts, some meat, and then a piece of gear is what I got here. Nothing super duper special, but you know, this little community feast thing happens every couple of hours. Or it feels like it happens every couple of hours. It might be sped up for testing on the beta, we don't know. But what should be noted is every time I completed a little task, I was gaining a small amount of reputation with these as well. So this is going to be crucial, I think, if you want to level up the Tuskars. If you want to get those guys leveled up, you're going to have to do that feast business as frequently as you can, really. There doesn't, at least so far, like I said, I've not really tested this. I would imagine that, you know, putting down fishing nets and running around and gathering your fishing nets and doing stuff along. There's a spear fishing thing. You unlock a fishing harpoon. I've not tested these guys yet. I don't know. I'm hoping I'm hoping there's a way that you can just, you know, decide, right, today I want to get some reputation with the Valdrakken, and you can just do something. I hope there to be just something for every faction that you can just do that helps you level up without it being too heavily time gated. The issue I've had with these major factions to begin with is that actually getting the first few reputation points with them is the more grindy bit. Once you unlock a couple of the core features, this thing just, you know, the first 5 renown levels for these guys were the hardest by far. But once you hit 5 and once you start unlocking some of the mini games, you can rinse and repeat those mini games in most cases. Or in the Dragon Scale Expedition, it was more about just finding treasures, to be honest. But you can, like I said, I'm hoping you can just work towards something you can log on and you can be like, right, you know what, today I'm going to go do the Maruk Centaur. We're going to get these guys leveled up a little bit today, and you can just go out and you can just do activities with them to get it leveled up. This was very fast though. This was very, very fast to level up, but I think it's very, very fast because of beta privileges. One of the key aspects of the Dragon Scale Expedition is gathering treasures. Now, once the game goes live, you're going to have every man and their dog trying to hunt down those treasures. Whereas currently on the beta, I have practically 0 competition for them. So I just went round and collected them all. There was, you know, I wasn't competing with anybody at all. So I was able to just hoover everything up really quickly. I still need to, in theory, run about and do a whole bunch of world quests. Your world quests are on like a 7-day cooldown now, rather than like a 2 or 3 day. Or it feels like they're on it. It feels like the world quests reset with the weekly reset, giving you a little bit more opportunity to just go out and do them at your leisure. But it also means that there doesn't seem to be any sort of like callings. There's no like calling, go and do 3 world quests in X, Y, and Z for a bonus sort of thing, which may lead to frustrate people. Plus, practically all of the world quests seem to give you Dragon Isle supplies. There's a couple of pet ones which give you pet things, but the odd piece of gear here and there. But there's no like straight up gold world quests or anything. This one I think's bugged. Oh, the camp has moved. The camp's moved down here. I should go test these guys out. This is kind of the thing, right? You get to a point where you just kind of can look at the map and say, right, well, okay, I need to go do this, then I need to go do this. But you never feel as if you're on like a really strict time frame of doing it. It's a little bit more, dare I say it, casual friendly. Because you can kind of say, right, okay, well, let me go and do a bunch of world quests for this faction, or let me go do a bunch of world quests for that faction. And you just go bang them all out, and then they're done. You can then think about doing something else. And I guess it's designed so that it's a little bit more, less time sensitive. And in theory should mean that you kind of level all of these up sort of equally. I don't think maxing these out should be quite as quick, but I also played around with dragon riding. I maxed out my dragon riding. I've ran around and I've collected every single dragon point, dragon talent I can find. So I now have the ability to test things with full dragon riding unlocked, which, let me tell you, it's night and day. From when you first unlock dragon riding to having it maxed out is night and day. You start off with dragon riding with only 3 vigor. You start off with only 3 vigor. By the end of it, you have 6. Not only do you have double the amount of it, they also regenerate so much faster by the time you've leveled it up. The initial regeneration rate is, I think, you regain 1 vigor every 30 seconds, I think. But by this point, if I'm flying fast if I'm zooming at maximum speed, I'm regaining 1 vigor like every 5 seconds. It's like it's genuinely 6 times faster regeneration by the time you've maxed out. And you have twice as many vigor to begin with. Night and day. Definitely going to be one of the first things I do in Dragonflight. You know what's quite interesting is the more I play this, the more I realise that my desire to Zerg to level 70 is the first thing I do doesn't make a lot of sense. I almost want to level in, like, you know, get onto the Dragon Isles, unlock Dragon Riding. Then I probably want to spend a little bit of time going around, maybe not maxing out my Dragon Riding, but at least getting a few more quality of life features from it. Then I probably, if things like this stay the way that they are right now, I'm probably going to try and power level Dragon Scale Expedition as one of the very first things I do. Simply because I know full well that the way that this operates, the more people that are trying to do it at the same time, the slower it is for everybody. What the fuck are we listening to? I have just some video game soundtracks playing in the background. And I have no idea. Oh, we just had the Fall Guys theme tune on. Got a bit of Witcher 3 on the go now. Is it per character or per account? Dragon Riding is meant to be an account-wide unlock system, is what they claim. I don't know if that's going to be represented on the beta, but it's what they claim at least. So what am I actually going to do first thing this morning? What am I actually going to do? I should probably... In fact, one thing I do want to test is now that we have this, you can tell actually that Paragon rewards are a thing. Look, overflowing Dragon Expedition supply packs. I wonder if anybody's actually... I wonder if Wowhead has any info on these at all. I bet it doesn't. I can't imagine Wowhead has any information on Paragon packs, or if they're even a thing yet. What was it called? Overflowing Dragon Expedition Pack. It'd help if I spell it right. Expedition Supply. There it is. Wowhead knows they exist. The question is there any information on them about what they contain? What's going on? Hi, doggos.
You're not scratching.
Oh. You're being a pest, are you, dog?
Yeah. You want noodles, blood?
Maybe, but I'll sort myself. Thanks. Okay, it tells you it's a reward from Renowned with the Dragon Scale Expedition. It's an emissary quest. It's a level 70 thing. It doesn't seem to have any indication of what's in them. No indication of what's in them. So, how do we fix that? I'll tell you how we fix that. We go and get one. That's the plan. Let's, in fact, before I do just that, I flew to Valdrakken for one reason, and it was to find the quartermaster for the Valdrakken Accord. Let's do one thing at a time. Who am I looking for? Hang on. This is where there might be some information. Is Valdrakken 2Ks? It is. Valdrakken Accord faction. Okay, nothing but a bunch of quests. Wowhead doesn't really have much info yet. Okay. See, this is kind of, in a way, right? This is how I really wish the game just was. I love that we have data mining. I love that we have really good resources like Wowhead. But there is something to be said about just trying to figure all this shit out. Right, who do I reckon and where do I reckon they are? Who do we reckon is the... Right, this is... Innkeeper. See, there's some, like I said, there's something to be said about learning this yourself. Because if you learn things, if you stumble across things and you learn it yourself, you tend to actually remember them. Whereas if you just look it up on a guide and go, oh, this dude, and then you just go to that dude, it's you tend to not remember stuff like that. So there's some buildings around here which have people in. You would expect him to be in a prominent place. I've outsourced my memory to Zygor. Well, for mundane stuff, yeah, I get it. For mundane stuff, sure. But, you know, key things like where the flipping hell is a quartermaster. Former quartermaster. That's a tagline I've not seen before. How are you a former quartermaster? Browse your wares. You have a nothing. Okay, well, that's probably why you're the former, not the current. Is Ranthius going to try some enchanting today? Maybe. It's on my list. I have a lot on my list. And as you guys will probably know all too well, I'm rarely very good at being organised. Like I said, my main focus a little bit is on these major factions right now, less so the professions. When they give us back the cheat vendors for professions, then I can really start to test them in a little bit more detail. But until they bring those back, it's a pain in the ass to test anything profession-wise. So, yeah. Hard truth is that spending too much time doing professions now might not be really all that worthwhile, because I'll be able to do it 10 times faster with the cheat vendors. Now, obviously, who knows? They might not put the cheat vendors back on the beta, and which would be a really odd decision to make. But, you know, if they don't, they don't. But we'll see. I know full well that as soon as I start looking at the professions, I'm going to get deep into spreadsheets and all sorts of stuff. And that will distract me very quickly. Would be easy if they fix the disenchanting bug. Well, the thing is yeah, this is the downside, right? You may not even come across half of these bugs because people aren't testing it. There's also, I was having a little flick through the forums yesterday. Now, I know the forums, the official forums, are maybe not the best source of information. That you tend to have a very, very certain type of individual that frequents the forums. What seems to be quite a common thought, though, is that most people don't really like the new professions. Nobody seems to be overly excited about the new professions in any way, shape, or form. In most cases, even people that have looked at them are more concerned about them than they are anything else. Oh, who are you? Oh, you're the Artisan Consortium Quartermaster. Right. Okay. This dude is confusing me. Rabble. The Artisans Consortium is a sub-faction for the crafters out there. And it's kind of confusing me because there's seemingly no easy way past what I've done so far to level them up any further. I can't seem to find any quests. I can't seem to find anything that indicates that you can level these guys up further. But there's this interesting vendor, right, who has these things, Dragon Isle's knowledge points. You can You can seemingly pick up 5 knowledge points just at random times. no indication of when, just randomly pops up. What's going on, wives? Why are you coming and doing clothes business and all that sort of stuff now? Well, take a minute to relax. Yeah, it seems to just randomly spawn these, and there's 5 of them at a time. And you can buy, they're a limited quantity item. So I bought 5 Dragon Isles mining knowledge points there. Boom. But they seem to just turn up occasionally. Never tell a woman to relax. I have to tell my wife to relax sometimes, otherwise she never relaxes. Are you insane? I can get away with it today. I have a free pass today, it's fine. But this dude is also, as you level these up as well, I can pick these up because I am respected with them. The Artisans Consortium are acting much like Venari, for example. They're not using, nothing is using the regular, honoured, revered, nothing is using regular terminology that we're used to. Annoyingly so. But once you're respected, which is apparently 3 out of 5, so let's say 3 out of 5 is what would be honoured to normal people, you can pick up, some of these can be picked up. When you get to valued, or presumably what would be referred to as revered, you then have these ones, and then when you become, okay, these also say valued. Item is locked. This whole quartermaster just feels weird, and it's concerning me that the optimal way to acquire mining knowledge might just be to camp this dude all day. It might just be to camp this fella, and the second he has these 5 free points, then you take those 5 free points and you're off on your merry way. It feels odd. This dude feels like a weird addition. And the fact that it's got the same things at multiple points is all a little bit strange. But we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, if you need mining knowledge, or if you need profession knowledge in general, I should say, that what shows up on the vendor here is what shows up on the vendor is specific to the professions that you have. So if I had jewel crafting and leatherworking, it'd show up jewel crafting and leatherworking ones here as well. Please report that's a bug. That would be the worst way to have a profession leveling race. What's difficult to assess right now is, are these one-time purchase? Usually when they have something in a bracket like this, it's to indicate that there is a limited quantity of them, and whoever gets them gets them. But that would equally mean that you'll just end up with 5,000 people just waiting at this dude. If it's per character and it's on some sort of cooldown, it's fine. There's no problem. The problem is we don't know what the mechanics for this are. It's quite difficult to tell, but it feels odd. It feels odd that a vendor here is just going to give you knowledge out of nowhere rather than you having to earn it. It feels like a cop-out. Even the world quests, I'd rather be doing world quests. Oh, that leads me to the world quests, I suppose. The world quests for your profession, or sorry, your daily quests for your professions are also mighty frustrating. Because they require a certain amount of things, right? So you need 40 bubble poppy, but it requires 40 quality 2 bubble poppy. It's not even just 40 bubble poppy. You need 40 quality 2 bubble poppy. So the first few days, these dailies are going to be a nightmare. because you just do not physically have the knowledge points to be able to reliably get quality 2 ones. And it's a vicious circle, right? This is your main source, or one of your main sources for gaining knowledge, but you can't gain the... It may mean that even gatherers, just to get these done every day, instead of spending hours running around gathering, it also means that you're sort of... You kind of don't want to sell the material. I don't know. It just feels weird. This is why I don't like gathering. Because you can't gain knowledge points without completing the dailies, and you can't complete the dailies without sufficient knowledge. So it's like, it's just odd. It's just odd. Bubble Poppy, for reference right now, I have skill 115 because I've maxed it out. You need 240 to adequately get Bubble Poppy at reasonable quantities. I'm usually waiting until I have 5 knowledge points before spending it on anything, because you tend to get bonuses in increments of 5. So I need 1 more herbalism knowledge. I've not really done much herbalism or mining for the purpose of testing. Let me clarify, but... I also very much understand, even from a gathering perspective, to why the general sentiment towards these new professions is probably not going to be that great. I think when more people realise that crafting is going to play both a big part in the game, but at the very same time, it feels like it's not going to offer a lot in terms of reward to players. That worries me, because it's not a good start, right? It's not a good start. It's better if something looks really, really attractive, but then the more you do it, you realize it's not actually that attractive. That's fine. But when it's the other way around, when you look at something and you go, this is just way too complicated and it offers me nothing, but oh no, shit, if I want the best gear, I'm going to have to do some of it. That's starting off wrong. It's a really bad footing to start off with, which I am kind of concerned. And it's because... I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but I feel it's because they're putting a lot of emphasis on this work order system. So people are going to very quickly turn around and realize, oh, well, I can learn all of these recipes, but I've got nothing to sell. So I can't do professions for the purpose of making gold, which is the number one thing that, that should be the attraction of doing your professions, right? You can make some if you're a plate wearer, you can take blacksmithing, you can make yourself some good gear, and you can make some spare gear to sell to other people and make some gold. If those 2 things aren't, solid to begin with, then people don't do it. We got 6 points here, though. Where am I going to spend some more mining points? One thing that maybe not having the cheat vendors on the beta is helpful for is forcing you into thinking, right, these are a limited quantity resource. Where is the absolute best place to put them? And I very quickly worked out that if it just gives you flat skill points, plus 1 skill point, this is just the best place to put it. Everywhere else is 1 skill when you do something. Metallurgy, further your understanding on the different metals found across the Dragon Isles. Specializing in this path will increase your efficiency as a miner and the ability to refine your ores at higher quality. Gain 1 skill when mining all nodes per point. So this is quite a good one. It's just a flat plus 1 skill. I would put some in here to begin with. +1 skill, gain +1 skill point per point in this spec, but it also leads me slowly but surely after 10 points to unlocking these. Surveying, improve your ability to find deposits and rare materials found within them. Gain plus random per point in this spec. That seems broken. Who was this? Derp, welcome in. How we doing, my man? Good morning, good morning. Industrialization. Increase your ability to extract ore from nodes efficiently and quickly. Upon unlocking it, gain 5 deafness, gain 10 perception, or gain 5 finesse. This is all about just being better at mining in the first place. So I could gain 5 skill points, and I could then unlock a sub-spec. And unlocking the sub-spec would give me either 10 perception, 5 deafness, or 5 finesse. Or 5 points in here would give me plus 5 finesse when mining all nodes. And 5 skill points. This mastering the elements one seems less attractive to me. Unless, of course, your rousing frost, awaken frost, your rousing fire, awaken fire, all of that stuff. Unless that stuff becomes like really disgustingly valuable. But I probably, the weird thing is I probably wouldn't be spending, and I know I'm even trying to min-max gathering here, but I probably wouldn't be spending any knowledge points on any short-term gains. I would absolutely strive for the long-term gains. The short-term wins of maybe because what's this one do? It's an elemental chaos runs rampant through the Dragon Isles. Experienced miners have discovered new techniques to tap into the remnants of these magics found within the precious metals. Gain 1 skill on all elemental nodes per point in this spec. Yeah, so see, this is where I'm less likely to want to put points in to begin with, because this is only giving me skill on the elemental nodes, whereas the other ones are giving me skill on every node. So until I'm able to extract the ore at 100% efficiency, I want to be spending my talent points in these, in the ones that give me plus skill on everything. As we can see here, if I look at Tiravite deposit, I've only got a skill of 65, but once I reach 130, until I reach 130, I can't extract it at its utmost. So my first thing is to make sure that I can just get it as higher quality and in as greater quantity as possible. I want to match this number before I do basically anything else. And it's what's weird to me as well is that mining seems to have different skill balancing to herbalism, even though they're fundamentally the same sort of thing. A lot of this is me thinking out loud, by the way, so, you know, don't pay too much attention to it, but... So you gain 1 skill on all elemental nodes, but if I was to put 5 points in it, what would I get? Plus 5 perception when mining elemental nodes. So yeah, once again, it's just the elemental nodes. The elemental ones, I believe, are the Molten, Primal. Is Titan Touch considered a... Okay, maybe these are considered an elemental one. Rich is not an elemental one because it just has more. But Titan Touched, Primal, Molten, Hardened, and Bloody. Interestingly, I've never ever come across a Bloody deposit, which makes me think that they are only available in War Mode, with War Mode on, which adds an interesting twist to things. Because it means you're then not going to get any Awakened Blood or Rousing Blood unless you have War Mode activated. But those materials, the Rousing Blood and the Awakened Blood, go into crafting the PvP gear. So it's quite a cool little trick they've done there. If you want to be able to craft the PvP gear and get the materials needed to make the PvP gear, you're going to need to play with War Mode on. So then if we get a few points or enough points in this to start unlocking the specs, which is 10 points, we can then pick Molten, Hardened, Titan Touched, and Primal. Oh, okay, so then it's just... Upon unlocking this specialization, damage dealt by mining Molten nodes is reduced by 50%. Plus 10 deafness when mining. Harder nodes. Attune yourself to the portals opened by overloading Titan touched nodes, allowing you to return to where your first portal opened. I mean, it's a cool bonus, but it's not really super helpful. Primal nodes now have a chance to contain rousing air or rousing frost essences not traditionally found by miners. Okay. Yeah, this is a tree that I'm less interested in. This is probably going to be once I've got the ability to extract things efficiently, then I'll put more points in. I'm really tempted to just put another 5 points in here. 5 more points in here would teach me a sub-spec, which would give me 10 deafness, 5 perception, or 5 finesse, on top of the 5 skill points that I just gained by putting the 5 skill points in. Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unlock this node. Then, do we want 10 perception, 5 deafness, or 5 finesse? I have deafness and perception from this little tool. I don't have any finesse. Let's just take the finesse one then. Increases your ability to extract primary ores from deposits. Gain something per point in this spec. And then we gain plus 5 skill, 5 finesse, 5 finesse, 5 skill, 5 finesse. Gain even more ore from finesse. I think these, the fact that you have unlock bonuses, the unlock bonuses is going to make me want to unlock this, but I'm unlikely to put many points in it yet, you know. I would still probably want to power more points into this first one, because these give me flat skill regardless, and will allow me to, in another 10 points, I'll be able to unlock a second sub-spec, which gives me a boost. I like that it's kind of emphasizing now. This wasn't the case initially, but it seems to be now that we've worked out that the actual acquisition of knowledge is really quite slow. It seems to make a lot more sense to me to try and do everything I can to at least unlock the nodes, because you gain quite a nice little bump in just, you know, plus 5 deafness or plus 5 skill, or, you know, these are all nice little rewards to have. So you see here, you've actually got a bit of a trade-off, because now you can work out your next 5 skill points, for example. If you can reach this node, you instantly gain plus 5 skill, which actually means that if you've got 5 points now, you're gaining plus 1 skill for each point you spend, then another 5. Actually meaning that by the time you've spent 5 points here, those first 5 points were actually worth 2 skill each, which is a more efficient gain, more efficient use of your knowledge points than just putting 5 in here. You'll gain the 5 in here, and then you get 5 finesse once you do it. You could min-max the crap out of this, and I sense the fact that I will. And this is why I think it's going to be quite good if they only drip feed you this knowledge. I really, really, really do not want it so that they just give you these knowledge points from every angle all the time. I want them to be drip fed, because the more they drip feed them to you, the more it makes you think about, right, well, what is actually the best way for me to spend them? You know, it creates a sense of value to each one, which I quite like. So now we should have both finesse, deafness, and perception when we're mining stuff. You have a 0.5% chance to gather more of the primary reagent found here. Gathering will also take Y percentage longer. Do not translate. Deafness is going to increase my gathering speed by nearly 3%. Oh, hang on, what's going on there? And perception is going to increase my ability to spot rare reagents whilst gathering. And by spot, I mean loot. You're not, yeah. Okay. Right. I'm getting so distracted and so off course. I was here for one very simple reason. Where the flipping hell is the Valdraken quartermaster? I still haven't found him. You would assume he's in a prominent place. This is the bank. It'd be really helpful if there was like markers on the map. That's going to be our portal. Weirdly, we don't have access to the portal yet, and that also looks to, in fact, that looks to be the portal to Orgrimmar. That's going to be the portal to Stormwind. Okay, so the portals are up and running now. Keeper of Renown. Unatos. I would like to... where do I stand with the Valdraken? Okay, so you're going to act as my quartermaster. Well, not necessarily. Requires Renown 26, 26, 26, 26, 26. Where's the actual quartermaster for you fellas, though? Is he right at the top? Isn't he on the way to the dragons? Yeah, maybe right at the very top. First talent of Valdraken. None of these dragons want to talk to me. And there doesn't appear to be anybody else chilling up here. So, still none the wiser. Night elves are not welcome in Orgrimmar. Yeah, I've established that. What's this quest? Why do we have a random quest? Speak with Grifter at the Obsidian Throne. Life of Spice. To many, meat is essential for any true meal. But what is essential for any true meat dish? Spice. Spice that surpasses all others in terms of flavour, texture, rarity lies within the Isles. Unfortunately, it can only be found on elementals. Dwell within the depths of the Obsidian Stronghold. Okay. So Indiana Jones. This currently is... It's a Pokemon theme tune, apparently. I won the beta. GG. Congrats, man. You watch. Next week they'll give us all levels like level 70 pre-mades. This is the life of beta testing. Whenever you feel the need to have to do something, you know, and to put effort into it, a week later they give you an ability. They give you the ability to do it for free. Illusionary herb. Quarreling gardener. Okay, they're arguing over herbs. Sure, you do you, fellas. Can I ask a citizen? No. What's in here? Nobody. They've it's nice that they've put some people and some stuff in these buildings, but they still don't do anything. They're still just dead space. It feels like unless it's one of these big buildings, nothing's going on in it. What's going on in here? Archived studies assistants. Is there anybody up there that we can talk to? No. Close to my third 60 for this reset. You're going hard with the leveling, man. It's good effort. Blacksmithing trainer, mining trainer. Hey, this feels like it's a thing. What's going on in here? Oh, we got training dummies in here. Ah, okay. Okay, people are going to live in here then. Okay, sure. War mode, quartermaster. Bloody tokens obtained from the bloody battles of the Dragon Isles. And rousing blood. Well, there we go. See? Told you those rousing blood were going to be useful for something. If you want your basic PvP set, Drake Breaker's battle gear. So basic PvP set, you're going to need this rousing blood. So get gathering with war mode on, and you're going to need a bunch of bloody tokens. I have none of them. I'm not big into me PvP, but I'm quite sure somebody will work out how you get those bloody tokens. 100 blood, and then, okay, your primal infused version, your big boy versions of it are going to require a disgusting amount of bloody tokens and the basic piece in the first place. So you can upgrade from. My bug reports for Enchanting are becoming more and more passive-aggressive. I tell you what, it'd be really funny if like a Blizzard dev at some point was to just showcase some of the bug reports they get, because I reckon some of them are probably hysterical. Prepping for Dragonflight, there's bound to be daily cooldowns. I'm just hoping they aren't locked behind some sort of rep grind or something. There's never a negative to having lots of ults. For most of the past expansions, I tried to go into the next expansion with one of every class leveled up, which in turn meant that I always had like 10 or 12 ults available to me. I've not kept up that tradition in Shadowlands, unfortunately, because I just don't care to level so many characters, but oh, people are, that's a cool. Oh no, I was hoping these weren't going to look so cool. It's goddamn golden set. Look. See, annoyingly, that's quite funky. Annoyingly, I quite dig that. It's like a new style banana suit. Oh, god damn, I'm going to have to do some PvP to get some transmog now. Killing your own characters on some graveyard, if you've got a few accounts, could be a way to grind those bloody coins. I mean, that feels a lot like a loophole to me, But you are right. Maybe. How'd you gain the bloody tokens? I don't know. I don't know. I've not looked into PvP at all. I have no idea. All I know is it's quite annoying that transmog actually looks quite cool. I mean, under normal circumstances, I don't care about transmog, but it's gold, which makes it kind of, yeah, tempting. Tempting. Can we turn on war mode from here? Must be in Stormwind to enlist in war mode. Okay. Okay, so where were we? That was PvP dude down here. Okay. Servant of the Black Prince. Requires renown 16 with the Valdraken Accord. Requires a renown 29. Okay, we're not getting those anytime soon. Renown 20. Okay. Big renowns needed. Armor smiths. All cosmetics. Cosmetics for days. Okay. Still haven't found the actual quartermaster fella, though. Worked in previous expansions, but a killed player got a debuff for 10 to 15 minutes and wouldn't give coins during that. Haha. That's where multiple accounts can come into play. Can it be overpowered with multiple accounts? Probably. Okay, well I can't find the quartermaster. He's not chilling anywhere that makes sense to me. You're a flight master. What about you? Points of interest. Oh, apparently there are no points of interest. Fight me, Mr. Streamer. Get out of here. Get out of here. I'll fight you if you have this mount. If you have this mount... Where the fucking hell's it gone? If you have this mount, I'll fight you. Can you check the toy tab is the one for learning all flight points for Dragonflight? Ah, that's a smart one. Phoenix, by the way, the cheat sheet's in the Discord. Jump into the Discord, it's pinned in there. Want some enchanting mats? Keep hold of them for now. I'm not going to take them off you just yet. I might need them in the future. Yeah, any materials, boys and girls, considering there's no cheap vendors on the beta currently. Any Dragonflight materials, stash them, put them in a bank somewhere. There might come a point where I will leech the community for freebie materials to test things. I was checking toy tab, wasn't I? Let's check the toy tab real quick. Collections, toys. I guess we'll go collected and not collected. It'd be called a scouting map. Scouting map. No, not yet. There's a Shadowlands one. There's a Draenor one. Outlands, Broken Isles, Northrend, Colteris and Zandalar. There's one for everywhere, but not one for Dragonflight, yeah. Okay, I don't even know what the Valdrakken Quartermaster's called. I probably should. Can we just go search for anybody with the name Quartermaster? And let's say we can filter this, right? Filter these results. Let's go filter results. Why can't I filter results? Okay, apparently you can't filter the... Whoa, what's going on? Hang on. No, why has it gone Heart of Azeroth? Wowhead, relax. Added in 9.2.7 or after. None. Alright, whatever. Wowhead's not playing catch up, that's fine. Alright. Who the flippity doodah did it say we needed to? Grumpeck sells gardening tools. From Urgosa sells you cooking toys. Unlocking dragon riding world quests are at 8. Mount customizations. There doesn't seem to be just like one straight up quartermaster for these dudes. It's just sending you to multiple different people. Basic Dragon's Ball shoulders from the Armor Smith. The quest lines haven't been implemented, or if they have, I didn't get a quest line for the Dragonscale expedition, even though it claimed that there was going to be one. Yeah, you can see here, look, it's just sending you to like multiple different people. There may not be just like one straight quartermaster. Jeweled Titan belt from Provisioner Thom. Cosmetic weaponry, mount customization. There seems to be very, like from a crafter's perspective anyway, from a crafter's perspective, there seems to be very little reason to power forward with the Valdrakken Accord. Because you're purchasing and unlocking a bunch of cosmetic-y stuff. Nothing's, yeah, nothing with the Valdrakken screams, do this because you need to craft crafting patterns, so... The reputation gains for alts are and were called referral bonuses. Yeah, I can't find any reference to them in the beta anymore. I might have found your quartermaster. Oh. Where you at? Near the tailoring? Really? Down here? Tailoring trainer. Ah, okay. This could be it. Appearances, rank 13 with Valdraken. Appearances, ensembles, all the ensembles, cosmetics, all the cosmetics. Yeah, just lots of cosmetics, lots and lots of cosmetics. Which is good, because it then doesn't really give you any desire or requirement to Zerg level them. Which I like. Okay. That's fine. Now I don't feel too rushed in zerging forward with these guys. What I want to do is I want to go and open a couple of these overflowing dragon expeditions. Do I want to fight? Not really. Not really. Not today. You're level 65. You'll clearly beat me. You're a paladin. I mean, I'll kite you a bunch, but after that, it'll just stop being fun. There is somewhere. I wish I could find out where they were. There's a vendor for these elemental storms. When competing these elemental storms, you can, from what I remember, you can get some sort of token or something. And then you can turn in those tokens once a week. Tell me about crafting orders. Go on then. What do you actually tell me about crafting orders? By speaking to one of our representatives, you can request made-to-order goods and equipment from our excellent artisans. Anything that your crafters can make on the Dragon Isles is available for request, and we're looking to expand to other inventory as well. If you're a crafter yourself, you can help us fill these orders for incredible profits. Better yet, build your clientele, blah, blah, blah. Sure, excellent, sure. I smell. Wow. There we go. Hey, Spectral Tiger Club, like it. Scared to fight a wheelchair? Fight him. How we doing, Jack? Welcome in. No, I think it might be down this way. What's in this building here? Jack's on the beta. Wow, what would you know? Oh, this was the PvP area. Where's the... Maybe it's over that way. Is there any buildings over here? What's in here? Is this just a dead zone? It's just a dead zone. Alright, fine. I'm a beta boy, uwu. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. What has the world come to? When Jack the Dipper is saying uwu. It's a random dragon in a bed. Everybody needs a dragon in a bed, right? Oh, he's not in a bed. He's just chilling with his exotic dancers. What is going on in here? What is going on in here? Dream Hair Herder? What are you? Groundskeeper Kammer. Crimson Proto-Whelp, Magic Nipper. Hey look, pets. Requires Renown 18. Requires Renown 18. Okay, not today then. See, this seems to be the thing, right? There's not just one straight-up quartermaster. It seems to be that there's just multiple vendors that will all sell you things at different points. Which is fine, I guess. But there's also clearly no real strict reason for me as a primary crafter to level these fellas up. So let me take a little fly over to my secret hotspot for farming. Let's take a little zip over there. It's Goldshire 2.0 for dragons. Goldshire for dragons. Disenchanting cloth braces gives me Shadowlands mats. That would be one really funny way, wouldn't it? It'd be one really funny way to squish any like vendor shuffles or disenchant shuffles. Why is there so many people chilling here? I don't know. Right. Metal detector on. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, pay attention. This is how you level the Dragon Scale Expedition, and you do it fast. You loot all the treasure in the world. And what you're after is the Dragon Scale artifacts. You get them from disturbed dirt piles. And you can also see, boom, there's your Primal Chaos. Oh, phooey. Got him pulled. Dragon City feels a little bit like Suramar. It's got that vibes to it, actually. Yeah, you're right. Anything's better than Oribos, though. Fuck that place. Literally, your mum's basement is better than Oribos, so... Are the chests a one-off? Nope. Nope. This is what you can power level. At least on the... This is what I say about when I... This is clearly a beta privilege thing. That there's absolutely nobody out here gathering these. But come live, everybody is going to be trying to acquire these, so it no longer is going to be quite as lucrative. There are shenanigans for sure, though. Yeah, it doesn't take a genius to work out that, you know, get yourself onto a dead realm, then go do some gathering. The grey items you get from here, even the greys themselves are worth a sizable amount. I was raw gold, right? Everybody loves themselves a raw gold farm, right? Raw gold is somewhere in the region of about 10 to 15,000 gold an hour. Just running around collecting these disturbed dirt packs. Like I said, it's all heavily inflated and heavily broken because I have free pick of everything right now. Are the chests giving experience as well? That I don't know. I'm level 70, so I don't know. But actually, if they do give experience, this is how I'll level to 70 probably. Until it's nerfed. You're also getting Dragon Isle supplies as well every time. Which account to 25 to 30 every time. Which is why I've amassed like 15,000 of them in a few hours yesterday. What we're really after, though, is we're after the Dragon Isle's artifacts. For every one of those artifacts, you gain 20... I think it's 25 rep with the faction. So practically, every single dirt pile I'm gaining... Oh, I got 3 there. That was 75 rep. It feels... Like I said, on the beta, it feels overpowered. because I am literally the only person running around collecting these. And so I have all of them. But come live, there won't be as many of these available all the time, because everybody, the second one spawns, somebody will be like, ooh, and they'll go and claim it. No Artisans Metal from this, though, no. Artisans Metal is still a little bit of a mystery to me. I haven't found any reliable sources for it yet. There are some one-time quests. Some one-time quests that give you these things, Dragon Shards of Knowledge. You can get 4 of these, or what I've found, you can get 4 of these from one-time quests. These can in turn be traded in for profession knowledge and I think 25 artisans metal each. So via one-time quests, you might get 100 artisans metal. From then on, though, I've not found any way to get them. Now, you may notice at the moment, these disturbed dirt piles, they're showing up on my mini-map. This is a luxury that you don't have access to straight away. You initially, when you're first leveling the Dragon Scale expeditions, you don't unlock these dirt piles till I think Renown. What was it? Let me check my notes. To Renown 5. Once you get Renown 5, you unlock the dirt piles. Before that, it's only the small little expedition scout packs. Those things are a lot rarer, the expedition scout packs. But you don't even unlock the dirt piles until you hit Renown 5. Even when you unlock the Renown piles, the dirt piles, they don't show on your mini-map. You have to use these small expedition shovels, which are a 5 charge thing. You have to buy these with you buy these shovels with your Dragon Isle supplies, but it's a net positive. You'll always end up with the cost of the shovel. You know, you're not at a deficit at any point. You always are gaining more Dragon Isle supplies than it costs to make one. Yeah, once you then hit, I think it's Renown 7 or 9, which one was it? Where was it? Oh, Renown 7. Renown 7 with these fellas, you unlock this thing. Oh, where's it gone? There's a mini progression tree with them as well. Damn, I can't remember what the item's called, and my bags are a mess. This thing, Expedition Supply Kit. There's a mini talent tree for this faction as well. And one of the coolest ones is this one, Anomaly Detection Spell Framework. This magnificent spell framework allows the detection of objects of interest through physical barriers in the Dragon Isle's outdoor world. This ability is really cool, and it feels super duper OP. Because when you press the button, watch what happens. You press the button, everything goes grayscale, and then you can see all the treasures. Literally, you can see all of the treasures. Oh, look, there's treasures over there, look. And you can zip about. Look, all the treasures show up on the minimap. Well, not even on the minimap, in the real world, look. They all show up as, you know, you can see them through the terrain. This buff lasts for a minute. Sorry, it lasts for 30 seconds. It lasts for 30 seconds, but the ability's on a 1 minute cooldown. So for 30 seconds, you can see where all of the treasures are. And then for the next 30 seconds, you obviously have to just go around and collect those ones. And then you can do it again. But eventually, if that's not powerful enough, eventually you get a metal detector. You can buy a metal detector, which then shows them up on your minimap for 20 minutes at a time. Some quite funky little improvements to help you gather these more effectively. Just drop the quality settings to 1. I fiddled around with some of the quality settings to make them stand out a little bit more, to make them more prominent. Outline mode, if you turn outline mode off, you get all of the twinkly effects on them, which is cool. But if you turn outline mode off, then your anomaly detection doesn't show them. So they've kind of thought about that already. Handy notes add on eventually. It is quite probable that handy notes will show you or track them, or in fact this is probably more of a gather mate thing. Just like a herb node or a mining node, it might track the location of these. But that's still only, that's a little bit helpful to know where they can spawn. You're still going to have to run around and see if they're there. When you get the in-game metal detector, expedition metal detector that just puts them all on your minimap, it's, you know, it's GG from there on, really. Because at that point, you just fly about and you just pick them up. Windswept saxifrage. Let's let it ping me about a few times. Once. Twice. There we go. Everybody gets Demon Hunter's Spectral Sight. Yeah. Loving the idea of the map in the center bottom. I think it fits there quite nicely. I'm trying a few different things out with the UI. Inventory's full. Oh dear. We still can't customize everything yet. We still can't move this window. And we can't move these buttons. So it's not fully movable yet, but... Now, I'm sure if you're more into the end game content, your weak auras and stuff can go in the middle, and you can, you know, adjust this a little bit more. I don't really need to see my abilities. I mean, to be honest, I could make all of these buttons just disappear. I can live with just key bindings. I don't need to see them, but that's because I don't really do anything too competitive. This is Final Fantasy VII, if I've ever heard it. This is, yes, Final Fantasy VII. Well done. Congratulations, you win a medal. Where is it? Where is it? Who stole it? Oh, it's here, that's why. I'll keep it close to my heart. I need 2,000 reputation, which is... What's 2,000 divided by 25? 80? Is that 80? I need 80 of these things. 80 Dragon Isles artifacts. If I turn in 80 of these, I'll get one of the renown... Not the renown, the Paragon caches. What's Nessigwary doing up here? You chilling up here for, fella? But yeah, this is the quick and easy way to level up your Dragon Scale Expedition. And it's how I managed to go from Renown 5 to about Renown 25 in a matter of hours. But like I said, I really don't think it'll be anywhere near as quick as that once the game goes live. Just purely for the logic that everybody's going to be doing it. Where's the treasure at then? What treasure is it? A scout pack. Why can I not spot the scout pack? I'm gonna have to kill these two things to find out where it is. That's why you get your character up on the first day, then you have all of the stuff to yourself. That's a massive advantage, you know. Or, you know, you just, like, the second the servers come back up, you know. That first hour when the servers come back up and everything's respawned and you have, you know, free pickings, just zip about and pick up some stuff then. Okay, there doesn't seem to actually be a scout pack around here. Maybe it's... Or is it... Oh, am I too high? I don't know. It's probably in that rock. And I can't tell that it's in the rock. Oh, I got the icon popped up there. There it is. Okay, that's a bit broken, isn't it? You really can't see that one. Yeah, there'll definitely be some cheaty ways to do this effectively. You know, getting yourself onto a lesser populated shard, getting yourself logging on just as the servers reset to farm treasures. And there are also clearly some zones that are far more littered with treasures than others. Or Hock and Bloom. Let's grab the herbs while we're here. 8 herbs in one go. Still only quality 1, but still 8 of them at a time. Oh, I should also point out that I'm gaining, like, disgusting amount of free potions from doing this as well. These treasures have potions in them also, which is a nice little addition. Oh, I'm out of vigor. Okay. Even with max dragon riding, you can't use all your vigor unlimited quantities. Are treasures multi-tap as in 2 players can loot the same one? From what I've seen, no. From what I've seen so far, no. I have come across a couple of other people on the beta trying to loot them at the same time. It still shows up, but it says no loot available. So this is why I think that they're going to be quite competitive once the game goes live for these, and why it's just so quick and easy for me to level it on the beta. I love just zooming around on my dragon though. It's really quite fun just to zip about, even if you're not doing anything. It's a bit disorientating though. I'll certainly give it that. I wish I like this go faster zoom animation is nice and all, but it's just distracting. I genuinely tend to think that given the option to turn it off, I probably would. I do hope they give the option to lower the animation of it, because it's the coolness aspect of it wears off quite quickly. And you just suddenly start to realize that actually it's just making it harder to see, especially when you are flying fast. Oh, me flipping. Oh, okay. My buff ran out. I need to go and empty bags and turn in and pick up a new metal detector. You can turn off the screen effects since the last build, can you? Are they in? Where are they going to be in? Is it a graphics thing? Alternate full screen effects. It removes the blue buff on the screen whilst flying. Got to be an interface thing, right? General. Alternate full screen effects. This setting modifies certain full screen effects to help reduce photosensitivity issues. Is that going to... It's under general setting. Accessibility general, by the way. Oh. Let's do a reload. Let's see how that looks in a minute. Test that in a second. Let me just clear out inventory and restock on stuff. I think blacksmiths get to make a better version of this shovel as well, which is going to be good to have. I need another metal detector. Can I buy a couple of these? Do they stack? Oh, they stack. Beautiful. Well, let's just buy like 8 more of those then, so then I never have to forget about them. Let's turn these in, see how far we get. I do wish there was a way to turn in more than 5 at once, you know. But like I said, come live Dragonflight, you'll probably not acquire these quite as quickly as I am, so. Okay, we got most of the way to a Paragon box off just 20 minutes of farming there. It's remarkably fast. Let's fly up to my favourite spot to do some gathering. Let's put our metal detector on. Let's see where the minimap shows us some stuff. You watch, I'll get one of these Paragon boxes and they'll contain absolutely sweet FA. But, or they won't have had their loot table populated yet, but we'll see. Until you test, you don't know. Dialogue key add-on. Speed up the process by 5 times by pressing the buttons for the dialogue instead of your mouse. Doesn't the interact aren't they building that into the game? I swear they're building that into the game. Why are you here? Why are the healers here? Oh, bless me. Damn, that one caught me by surprise. That's only to open the window. Ah, okay. Maybe not then. Injured beaver? Who's got a poorly beaver? Who's got a poorly beaver then? Why am I picking up injured beavers? What's going on here? I don't know. We'll come back to that. I got 99 problems, but a beaver ain't one. But yeah, as far as farming Primal Chaos goes, you're going to end up with a bunch of them through doing this. How many have I got now? Like nearly 400 Primal Chaos. It's kind of good though to like I said, I know it's a bit difficult to test the vendors without the cheat to test the professions without the cheat vendors. But not having them and forcing you to actually go out there and play the game does give you a bit of a better indication to just what the scarcity and, you know, what the bottleneck materials are, how many of them should you expect to get, or how many of them should you not expect to get, as the case may be. And it's handy to know. You actually learn more without the cheat vendors, but, you know, but when it comes for actually testing the professions, they are still, you know, pretty needed. I wish they'd add them back. I really hope that it doesn't become, like, I really, really hope that they weren't just an alpha thing. I do hope they bring them back, otherwise it's going to make the beta remarkably difficult. My biggest gripe with the Shadowlands beta was that there was no material vendors. It made testing the professions an absolute nightmare for Shadowlands. Now, since professions are meant to be such a big thing, I would hope that they give people the ability to test them adequately. Okay, that's all the way down there. We're not going down there. Ah, no, we fell off. Let's get out of there. Too much stuff to kill. New loot frame looks neat, but a bit slow. Does it still loot everything if you leave the frame early? From what I can gather, it does, yeah. So you don't actually have to let it finish its animation. Which, yeah, was one of the first things I thought about, that it could end up being quite annoying if it's... You can run away and it still collects everything. In a world where so many of us are used to having, like, faster loot add-ons as well, though, it does feel very slow. But it's, you know, at least you see what you're looting, right? Faster loot add-ons, it's so fast you don't even see. If it doesn't go to the chat channel, then, you know. And in recent times, I've tended to keep things like faster loot add-ons switched off, because they tend to cause, like, real big problems with things like Trade Skill Master. Trade Skill Master relies pretty heavily on the loot window to track inventory, and so faster loot add-ons tend to cause a conflict there, because then Trade Skill Master doesn't have time to even see that you've looted a thing, and it causes problems. I would rather have more accurate inventory quantities than slightly faster looting. Under normal circumstances, I'm not, you know, it's not like I'm running through dungeons, transmog farming or anything, so... I found the command you briefly mentioned for interacting with things, including loot, soft target interact 3. Yeah, they were talking about, I don't know if they've put actual interface option things in it, but there's a few bonus... There's a few bonus console commands that they're looking to implement to do some funky stuff like that. Where it... Ah, there it is. I knew it was around here somewhere. Right, we've probably got enough now for a Paragon box. We got another 24 of them. That should probably be enough. But as I'm out here, I might as well... Oh, I'll tell you what I could do. Instead of actually collecting more of them, I could use this time to try and find some good farming spots for them. See, these disturbed dirt piles tend to live quite heavily along the riverbeds. Which is making the Anarian Plains quite a good place to get them. A clan chest? Murakai supplies. Hey, you know what? This could be double lucrative. If this shows you the treasures for the other factions as well, that's a big win. This metal detector is going to be best in slot. Ah, see, now these are giving you the centaur hunting trophies. So, oh, okay. Okay. This might be... That might give even more reason to level this one up first. If leveling this one up first gives you access to this metal detector, which in then is going to make it significantly easier for you to level the other ones because you'll be able to see the treasures on the map. That's a big win. Hang on, these dailies have turned up again. Oh no, that was the camp, that's fine. I wanted to check in over here, because it was over here, I think, where there was the one-time quests. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Gumdrops, what have you done? What have you done? You killed it, dead. Welcome in, though. Ruined. Actually wrecked. Let's try that again, shall we? Right, let's see where it actually left me then. Usually when you get those critical errors, you lose a minute or two of progress. Oh, okay. It left us here. That's fine. Right, the Artisan Consortium chill out down here. I was really kind of quite hoping that these dudes would have like some daily quests or something, because I'm really struggling to work out how to get more reputation with these dudes. Maybe they're on a weekly. Okay, fine. Do I still have my... Okay, I still have my metal detector buff. Let's go do a bit more zipping about then. We'll go back to those dailies in a minute. That's this week, this next few days camp. Looking for treasures. Okay, there's not many around this way. This is what I think might end up being a thing as well, is that those dirt piles are going to be quite clustered in certain areas. Because I'm not finding any of those now. There's a rare up here. Plains Bull, is it you? No, you're not the rare. Who's the rare? Scara. Where are you then? Down? How am I on top of it? What's going on here? In a cave? Oh no, we're going to be fighting spiders. I don't like spiders. Not a fan of spiders, me. Spider eggs. Webbed tuskars. Spiderlings. No, the rare seems to be out here somewhere. Let's get out of Spider Cave. I don't like Spider Cave. Oh, here we go. Oh, you're soloable. Bankai, Namkai, Bankai, Shenzai, and Idai. This seems to be the thing for the, what do you call them? The centaur fellas. Hunting rares is a big way to gain rep with these guys. Could be quite cool for some world tour rare hunting parties. I really do feel that some streamer privileges might help with this. you know, putting together a raid and just running around killing rares as, you know, as efficiently as you can. Good for getting rare drops, good for getting rep tokens. There's going to be lots of reasons to do it early days, I reckon, which will be quite cool. This dude didn't have much health at all. So hopefully we didn't seemingly get anything for doing that, but what we did get is Marok Centaur rep, Claw of the Preparedness, item level 200. Yeah, that's pretty trash tier, isn't it? And either a reputation gains not showing. Reputation gains are showing. I didn't actually gain any reputation for that. Or did I? I don't think I did. Where do I know the music from? This currently is Super Mario Galaxy. We're playing some video game soundtracks today. Right, what I can say for sure, though, is that these dirt piles are not everywhere. All the more reason to believe that they'll be a lot rarer and a lot more sought after and a lot more heavily farmed once the game goes live. Especially if they become a source of primal chaos. If they become one of the easiest sources for primal chaos, you can guarantee most people will be out here farming them early days. What? Hello? What? Why did my dragon get so big? That's the normal dragon size. Why is my dragon wham? Get wrecked. My dragon's twice the size of your dragon. What's going on here? I got me a chonkus dragon. Can he fly? Compensating? Compensating much? I don't know how that's happened. This thing's a beast. What's going on here? It claims I'm on my spectral tiger. You know what I've done here? Somehow, I don't know how I've done this, but in summoning the spectral tiger, by ever so quickly then trying to summon my Drake mount at the very same time as this actually... Okay. I've bugged it out somehow. But that's quite funny. For reference, I'll stand next to this dude again. And this is the size your dragon's meant to be. I just stand next to him here, look. Oh dear, that's funny. That's worth a screenshot. I don't know how I've managed. I don't know exactly how I've managed to do that, but it's definitely compensating. That's quite funny. Let me see if I can do that again. So that's right at the animation, right on the animation of the mount. I need to switch to that. No. No. No, I don't quite know how I did that. It seemed to... I don't know. I don't know how I did that. That was quite funny, though. Aw, I wish that was something I could learn how to replicate, because that was funny. Now I've just got this pathetic small little one. Okay. It was funny while it lasted. You were dragon riding on your spectral? Yeah, but for some reason it also made my dragon like 7 times the size it should have been. Not quite sure how. Am I dead? Have I killed it? Hello, game. Do something. Oh, I was thinking about it. It's having a hard time. Alright, okay, sure. Right, let's get ourselves a Paragon Chest then. Oh, this better be enough, you know. How many have we still got? Or is that all of them? Oh, renowned with the Dragon Scale Expedition. Here we go. Overflowing Dragon Expedition Supply Pack. Now, this better give me like a bajillion things. Oh, let's clear some inventory space actually before we open that in case it does actually give me some stuff. I have a horrible feeling this is probably going to be super duper underwhelming because they probably won't have actually put the loot tables on for these yet, but either way, let's find out. Right, overflowing Dragon Expedition Supply Pack. If I don't get a mount in this, it's a scam. 3, 2, 1. Okay, the loot table's not been done for those yet. I got the grand total of 108 Dragon Owl supplies. Actually scammed. Okay, well, they have no loot table yet. Fine. Fine. Welcome to beta. Okay. Well, we're not grinding out any more of those Paragon caches. Let's put it that way then. Totally scammed. Absolutely scammed. Right then. Well, I guess I need to start looking at the other factions then, don't I? The Maruk Centaur, the Iskara Tuskar. Try saying that a few times fast. Right, before I do that, I'm going to take a quick break for a couple of minutes, boys and girls. I'm going to go grab a drink, take a bathroom break. I suggest you guys do the same. An ad is about to start playing in about 23 seconds anyway. So occupy yourselves for a couple of minutes. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty, boys and girls. How are we all doing? He lied was more than 30 seconds before an ad started. Sorry. Twitch never listens to me. Right, I think it's probably about time to have a little bit of a look at the Wowhead economy report for the week. Samadan's been at it again. Let's take a little bit of a looky at that. I like to do this on a Monday. Mr. Streamer, what's happened to Legos? Pog Essence is 500 gold. Pog Essence is doing a madness right now. There's an interesting thing with high-priced materials like Pog Essence that there's an air. There's the panic effect, right? There's this sort of weird scenario that tends to happen with materials like that. That when people start to see the price drop, there comes a point where people see the price drop and everybody's like, oh my god, it's dead. And everybody dumps their materials to try and sell them. And all it does is it shocks the system and it makes the price plummet them. And it's always quite interesting to see. Only takes 6 million to reset it up to 2k. Should I take a stab at it myself? I mean, you do as you please. I probably wouldn't, though, because there was somewhere in the region of 15,000 Pog Essences up on the auction house yesterday for less than 1,000 gold a piece. But, like I said, you do you. They have been doing some weird and wacky things. If you look at... is this up to date? Let's make sure this is up to date. Progenitor Essentia. Yeah, there's only 5,600 of them currently. Look at what's happened here, right? So Friday, as of Friday, there was 22,000 Progenitor Essentia on Friday. This is like I said, this is what tends to happen with these materials. That a huge quantity, the price starts to dip. There was this realization that kicked in that when they hit like 1,400 gold, people had seen them go from 1,800. They started to see the decline. And then all it took was a few people to be like, right, we're out of here. I'm done. GG. Not bothering anymore. Put all of their Pog Essence on the auction house. That went from 9,000 to 10,000 to 11,000 to 12,000 to all the way up to 22,000. There was this shock that happened on Friday where everybody panic got rid of them. There must have been a few big players in the legendary crafting scene who were just like, right, I'm done now. Get rid of them. Get shot of them all. And then over the last few days, people have seen this. Coincidentally, I tweeted about this, and not too long after I tweeted about this, they started to disappear. And now I don't go as far as to say that I have too much of a pull on these sorts of things. But when did I tweet about this? Nearly exactly 24 hours ago. Practically to the minute. So at exactly this point in time, yeah, I tweeted about the fact that Pog Essences are clearly done. And it hasn't taken a genius to work out that somebody's come in with a few million gold and just hoovered them all up. Is there any clear indication that somebody's hoovered them all? Because yeah, they were sub 1,000 gold. Somebody's hoovered them all up. Have they put them all? They haven't been put back on. There's a small amount of them that went back on here. But somebody has quite genuinely got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,000 Pog Essences sat in their mailbox right now. Which is a monumental play. And they'll probably drip feed them back into the market over the next few days. But wild swing in both price and availability over the last few days. People who have to play... Well, this is what I thought, right? it makes a lot of sense to me that a couple of the big players, it only takes 1 or 2 big legendary crafters on some of the bigger realms to dump their supply of stock to, you know, they decide they're going to go play Classic. They're like, right, well, I'm going to go play Classic. I'm just going to liquidate, get rid of everything, get it gone, get it sold. Liquidate all assets, all stock, go play Classic, they're done, you know. And that tends to be what happens when you see things like this. But it was quite funny to see. Let's take a little look at the Wowhead economy report. Let's grab you guys a link. You guys have a little scout yourself. Let's turn the tunes off. If you're watching this later on YouTube, you won't be hearing the tunes anyway, but let's turn the tunes off. And let's see what we're playing with here. So, let's, hang on. No, we don't want all this in the background. Right then. Auction House Throttles, Profession and Gold Transfers, the Wowhead Weekly Economy Wrap-Up number 244. Like always, boys and girls, we give a big shout out to Samadan. He puts this little report together for us each week. Kudos to him, because at the moment, there's not so much going on in retail, but he's still managing to get a nice little report out for us each week. So, good job there, Samadan. Make sure you check him out. Go say hi on his Twitter. Or his, you know, best place is probably to say hi in his Discord, to be honest. But what do we got today then? Dragon Isles Enchanting. Character transfer gold restrictions have been lifted. Some classic auction house add-on throttles. The best and the worst professions in 927. Some vanilla dungeon transmog farming infographics. And then some further reading for those that want to dig a bit deeper. Right, so Dragon Isles Enchanting. I took a little brief look at this, but I've not put anything in video format for this yet, because I was, honestly, my first impression of Enchanting was not great, but what's been said about it by others then? One of the final professions that we get to see in detail is Enchanting. With the latest beta build, we can learn and level Enchanting, but the process is not as simple to test as it was in Alpha due to the lack of the handy vendors in Stormwind and max level character templates. On initial inspection, the formulas are what you would expect for Enchanting. The interface looks a lot much like the others. Yeah, Enchanting is practically the same. The TLDR is that Enchanting is basically exactly the same as it is now. You make some very basic cloak enchants, chest enchants, bracelet enchants. There's usually a basic one, and then there's usually a slightly higher quality one. It's practically a copy-paste of what we've always had with Enchanting. There's nothing really particularly new to it. The only saving grace might be the spec trees, but I've not had a chance to level this up to be able to dive into the spec trees in much detail. There'll be quality of the enchants as well, which might have a bit of a play. But we already know that enchants, generally speaking, are practically free nowadays. Not to mention the fact that they're a commodity. So 99% of what an enchanter makes is going to be a commodity, which means you're listing it and selling it and competing against not just your realm, but the entire region. This will have knock-on effects for Enchanting, I think. The region-wide auction house is clearly going to squish profit margins on this sort of stuff very, very fast. We'll see how the acquisition of the materials plays out, though. Chromatic Dust is your new Dust. Vibrant Shard is your new Shard. And the Resonant Crystal is your new Crystal. If it's anything like the launch of Shadowlands, your Resonant Crystals are going to be super difficult to acquire. We saw in the very first week of Shadowlands that your only source for Resonant Crystals was by disenchanting Mythic Zero gear. Now, you could only complete you could only gain loot from a Mythic Zero once per week. So once a character had gone through their Mythic Zero sweep, any gear that they disenchanted was their only opportunity for that entire week to get crystals. There was not another piece of epic gear in existence in the first week of Shadowlands, which made these things stupid expensive. Or it did, at least, once people realised just how rare they were. I was lucky. I bought a whole bunch of resonant crystals on day 1 of Shadowlands. It was one of the very first things I did because I suspected this was going to be a problem. And I'm really lucky I did. I bought my crystal, what are they, Eternal Crystals? I bought my Shadowlands crystals on day 1 of the expansion for about 1,000 gold apiece. By the end of the first week, each crystal was worth 10 times that. It made it very, very difficult for people to level up Enchanting if they didn't do it super fast. The difference was, though, in Shadowlands was that the reason you wanted an enchanter was to make the enchanted materials to make the legendaries. No such system is a thing, though, with enchanting in Dragonflight. It's not directly tied in with the other professions in any way like it was previously, which may, unfortunately, dare I say it, and hate to say it, because I've always had enchanting, and enchanting's always been a really good profession. I do worry that enchanting will be like a D tier profession. The opportunity to make gold with it will be super duper mega slim, because all of your materials are region wide, all of your crafts are region wide. The desire for them is not going to be as great as other things with other professions. Soul has done a little bit of a video going over the enchanted stuff. I wonder if he's actually showcased the specializations in this as well. I've not watched this video, but Soul always puts together some good videos, so it's worth checking out for sure. We might do a bit of a React Andy to this one at some point. Unfortunately, enchanting is one of the professions that has been hit hardest by the region-wide auction house, so from a gold-making perspective, margins are going to be tough. Yeah, I think I share the same sentiments as Samadan there, that on the basis that everything you're buying, all your materials are on the region-wide auction house, all of the crafts are then also going to be on the region-wide auction house. Margins are going to be very tight, even in the early days, I reckon. And in most cases, you'll probably find that a huge percentage of the initial enchants will be way less than cost. Way less than cost, because people will be crafting them just to get skill points in the profession. The same thing happens every expansion, but we'll have to see. Enchanting needs a little bit more time and a little bit more testing. Hopefully the specializations can redeem it slightly. But my first impressions, unfortunately, are not great. Next, then, we have some character transfers. This was an interesting spot, an interesting find. It was noted that they changed the policy on character transfers, sneaked it under the radar. It wasn't really spoken about. There was no blue post or anything about this. But you used to only be able to transfer 1 million gold when taking a character from one realm to another. You could have 1 million liquid gold. Obviously, you could fill your inventory with just stuff to take to another realm and to then sell. But in terms of liquid gold, you were restricted to only 1 million. And you still had to have a level 50 plus character. So if you were transferring a low level character, your amount of gold you could take was practically none. They appear to have just straight up removed this restriction for retail. This should clarify here, this is only for retail. You can now pretty much put as much gold on a character as you like on any level and transfer them to another realm, no problems. It's going to make it so that you can take gold from A to B a lot more simplistically if you only have one account. You can transfer gold from A to B, from one realm to another realm, without having to transfer a character if you have two accounts. There are ways that you can transfer gold using commodity items if you have two accounts, but of course if you only have one account, you can still, physically take that character with a bunch of gold in their bags to another realm. News from Blizzard, removing the gold restrictions on character transfers, so you can move a gold cap with a level 10 character. Looks like it was changed a few hours ago from this posting and seems to work fine on NA. How do we think this will impact the economy? I'm of the opinion that now that the commodity market is region wide, it's not going to make a huge difference. Mostly because if you only have one account, now this may come across as a little bit elitist, and I don't mean it to, but if you are interested in making gold and you enjoy the art of making gold, you probably have 2 accounts. It's one of the very, very first things that people look to do when they get into making gold and getting into playing with the professions and trying to make, a sizable, especially if anybody wants to play the game for free. It very quickly becomes a massive advantage to you to have that second account. You can have one account that's just chilling at the auction house, maybe doing some vendor shuffles in the background whilst you're playing the game on your main account. And if you've got 2 accounts, you can transfer gold freely nowadays anyway. If you've only got the one account, you probably don't have huge amounts of gold that you want to transfer from one realm to another anyway. So I don't think this is really going to make too much of a difference. Goblins are still going to do goblin things, but they could already do it anyway. All I do think is that the gold, the value of gold, the inherent value of gold, if you have 1 million gold, what is that actually worth to you? Well, it's worth to you as much as you can buy with 1 million gold. What this does mean is that it's going to be, for the big gold makers out there, I know this doesn't apply to many people, but for the big gold makers, it means that you will be able to make huge amounts of gold on a lower population server. There will be ways and means to make huge amounts of gold on smaller servers because you'll be able to capitalize and pretty much monopolize crafting markets on smaller servers, make huge stacks of gold, and then very easily transfer that gold to the big servers where that gold is technically worth more. Even 1 million gold on a small server and 1 million gold on a big server. 1 million gold on a big server is worth a lot more. Why? Because it can buy you more stuff because everything's cheaper. So this allows the big goblins out there to probably monopolize even more than they already do. This is a topic that I'm not going to go into too much detail right now because I actually want to make an entire video based on this. But it people were quite clear, or people certainly have the impression that everything going region-wide, the commodities going region-wide, is a way to limit the big goblins from monopolizing. And if I'm honest, I tend to feel it does the exact opposite thing. It allows the big goblins who already have a lot of gold to be able to multiply their gold far more efficiently. But we'll talk about more how and why that can be a thing, maybe in its own dedicated video at some point. A minor impact of this and the commodity change equals the increased black market auction house competition on lower population servers. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It used to be that you could buy the containers, for example. That reminds me, I really need to speak to Sapu or Gumdrops if you're still kicking about. TSM had some really nice information and some data on the black market auction house containers a while ago. And it showcased a huge difference between the price of a container on a high pop server and the price of a container on a low pop server. In the EU, for example, now I'm going from memory here, on the EU servers, a low population server, you could quite reliably get the black market auction house containers for like a couple of 100,000 gold, 200,000-300,000 gold. Which is practically like a token in terms of gold value, right? On the low pop servers. If you wanted to buy that same token, but on a high pop server, take a server like Draenor or Kazakh or Taran Mill or Twisting Nether or somewhere like that, one of the bigger servers, your average price for the container was almost 1 million gold. So the difference between high pop and low pop servers was huge for what was the same thing off the black market auction house. With this change, though, with people being able to move their gold a little bit more freely about, it wouldn't surprise me if the big goblins who have lots of gold on the big servers will now move some of that gold to smaller servers so that they can spend less on buying things off the black market auction house, I would imagine. Isn't Student buying black market auction house boxes for like 500k-ish, even on dead Russian realms? Maybe. I don't know where he gets all his boxes from, but it wouldn't surprise me if he's doing something similar. Yeah, it's like you can now that you can more easily transfer gold to these smaller servers, you can just leave a toon chilling at the black market auction house. So it does nerf the potential of the grey market cross-realm gold traders even more too. Yeah, definitely. One of the biggest things we saw in Shadowlands was people going to smaller servers, or even in some scenarios going to bigger servers, and just looting and pillaging those servers for all of their materials and then transferring them back. The Progenitor Essentia was a great example of this. Progenitor Essentia on the big servers was like 30,000 gold apiece. Yet in many cases, in the EU, you could go to some of the Russian realms and get your Progenitor Essentia for less than half the price. On the NA, you could probably go to some of what I guess would be like the Brazilian servers, where it was a lot cheaper to get them and do the same sort of thing. That's really not so much of a thing anymore with this, obviously with all the materials being region-wide in the first place. There's still the potential, I suspect when we get into Dragonflight, there might still be the potential for some transferring of characters from one realm to another for the purpose of crafting. But the work order system also goes pretty far to nuke all of that, considering most items are going to be traded through the work order system. The work order, not to distract myself with the work order system, but the work order system as it stands on Dragonflight is going to be a terrible system for low to medium pop servers. Actually, tragically terrible, because there's many times going to be the scenario that somebody just will not physically have the pattern or the ability to fulfill the work order. There physically won't be enough people on those smaller servers. This is why I'm so keen to persuade Blizzard that actually making everything bind on pickup is a terrible idea, because you would at least want some sort of you would want some desire by players to level up crafting professions on the smaller servers as well. And as it stands at the moment, there just isn't, because you don't have the incentive to level up professions in Dragonflight on small servers, because you know that there's not going to be that many people to fulfill work orders for. And the people that do put work orders in for things are then not going to have people to be able to fulfill them. So it's like a vicious circle that just doesn't work. The work order system relies on there being a huge, massive amount of both crafters and people who want the crafted items. It's 100% designed for the full pop servers. Medium to low pop servers are going to really struggle with this new system, which is why I so hope that they do something to alleviate that problem. Otherwise, it just incentivizes everybody even more so to filter up to the same 3 servers. And then we have a classic problem on our hands where everybody is trying to play on 2 servers and it crashes them and it's bad for everybody, which I think we might get into in a minute. If you want to know a little bit more detail about how you transfer gold from A to B, Kchak has done a little video on how to transfer gold from one server to another for free. Almost. It's not free. It costs you 5% of whatever you want to transfer. So if you're transferring, if you want to transfer an entire gold cap of gold, or even just 100,000, 5% of whatever you transfer, Blizzard gets to keep it. So make the work orders cross-realm. That's one possibility. But that one possibility is kind of... It's weird, right? Because that kind of goes against the work order system in the first place. One of the big reasons they put the work order system in place was so that people within small communities have the ability to stand out. If you then make all of the work orders cross-realm against everybody, nobody then has the ability to stand out. I've said this from the beginning with the work order system. There's only one person that's ever going to make a lot of gold from the work order system, and it's the person that can do the thing first. The person that can craft that end game piece of gear at quality 5 first, they make a killing. Because they will have absolute pick of the choice when it comes to the work orders that they fulfill. Everybody else is going to have to fight over the scraps. The only person that wins is the person that's first. And that's bad on one server, but it's exponentially worse if it's region-wide. So there's pros and cons to all of this. But until Blizzard puts the work order system properly on the beta for us to test, we don't know. Anyway, similar but not similar. The classic auction house is
Let's make sweet,
the auction house
sweet
is
profit
having
together.
problems on classic. It's in power with the Prime. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The classic auction house is a bit of a shit show right now. How many people? One in chat if you've been playing Wrath of the Lich King, or sorry, the pre-patch for Wrath of the Lich King, or if you've been leveling on classic in any way, shape, or form. I'm interested to see just how many people have experienced this firsthand. As it's clearly busted, right? It's clearly busted. The classic auction house is not in a good state at the moment. Sapu, the lead developer for Trade School Master, even went as far as to like try to reach out to try and just try and get some resolution to this, because it's just busted. I talked about this a little bit on stream the other day, but it also leads me to wonder if this is sort of the start of the inevitable. But I don't know. But anyway, Blizzard has added some new throttles to the API used by add-ons on the classic auction house, leaving the default UI untouched. The current implementation of this has resulted in the auction house being completely unusable with add-ons on the busier realms. As the author of a popular auction house add-on, our support channels have been flooded with people rightfully upset about the current state of things. In the original announcement, Blizzard stated that adjustments would be made to this throttle, but I haven't seen any updates on what those adjustments are, or what behaviour they're actually trying to dissuade with the throttling. And then he goes on to give an example of how, if you try and search for something within Trade School Master, it takes practically 10 times longer than using the default UI. There's mixed emotions about this. Because an add-on like Trade School Master has definite advantages. It has definite advantages in terms of the fact that you can set it up once and you can ask it to repeat that same thing every time you press a button, rather than you having to repeat the same thing every time. That's kind of one of the fundamental things with Trade School Master, right? You set a price for an item that every time you post that item, you want it to post at that price or within that price range, right? If it's within that price range, you're willing to post it. You make that decision once, you apply that decision to that item, and then every time you click post, it's going to use those same rules. It is clearly well worth your time to use an add-on like Trade School Master. But if they are going to aggressively slow down the usage of people using these add-ons, you have to start weighing things up then, don't you? You have to start weighing, well, is the benefit of using an add-on that's going to, this add-on is going to speed up the process for me doing some things, but if using that add-on dramatically slows down my progress, does it just balance out in the middle somewhere? Is it designed could this be, now this is tinfoil hat, sort of playing devil's advocate a little bit here, but could this be entirely by design? I don't think it is, but it also wouldn't surprise me if it was. Is it almost by design? And they're doing it on Classic because if they were to do this instantly on Retail, I think they'd probably have even more backlash. Is doing this on Retail on Classic in the first place, you know, the first step of what's maybe to come, of them trying to limit add-ons more so. I don't know. Like I said, I'm playing devil's advocate here a touch, but you would hope that it's not the case, because you would also hope that Blizzard would, instead of trying to nuke an add-on's effectiveness, would just make their own system better. If they were to make their own default auction house better, there would naturally be less desire for people to use add-ons. I don't know. Real mixed emotions about this one. TSM or other add-ons should be allowed to do smaller searches, but should throttle for big searches over time. So let the first 5 to 10 searches or so be without the throttle. But that's practically the way that it works. The point is that you hit the throttle so quickly, it becomes an issue. I think this is only really an issue on the mega servers. On my server, TSM runs just fine, faster than Retail, in fact. Maybe. Like I said, there is a severe issue with server load on Classic at the moment. Because Classic servers do not have sharding in the same way that we have in Retail. By design, I should point out, it's quite clear that, you know, people wanted hashtag no changes is a thing on Classic, right? And always has been. People wanted the raw, untouched Classic experience. The problem is that comes with both good things and bad things, right? Not changing it means you are going to experience it, you know, rough patches and all. If you then start using modern day add-ons and things to sit on top of it, there is the chance that it's all just going to fall apart and break, which is why I think in some scenarios they do need to add changes and implementations to even the Classic version of the game. But that costs money, doesn't it? So, I don't know. Didn't really check the news till recently, but merging auction houses with other servers, will this impact a lot the herb mining, alchemy prices, etc.? Yeah, it already has. And it definitely will. Margins on things like alchemy, any commodity crafting professions, the margins are super tight right now. But they would be anyway because it's the end of the expansion, so we won't really see for sure until Dragonflight launches. TSM searches on a single commodity item takes forever. I only use the standard UI for this. Bring back quick auctions too. Yeah, let's go all the way back. Let's just say that if an add-on didn't exist back when Wrath was in its original form, then it's not allowed now. In my opinion, it's less about hurting TSM and more about just trying to keep the mega servers alive at the moment. This is the problem. They've got so many issues with the mega servers because it makes a lot more sense nowadays. Like back when Classic was, back when Wrath of the Lich King came out, you had big servers, but let's not forget that back when Classic, when Wrath of the Lich King first came out, sure you had YouTubers, but streaming was practically not a thing, not anywhere near the level it is today. And arguably one of the biggest problems nowadays is that everybody wants to play on the same servers because most people want to play where everybody else is playing. And it's far easier to work out where everybody else is playing now. If you go onto Twitch and you see your top 3 streamers all playing on the exact same server, you can pretty much guarantee all of those streamers' audiences and then their audience's friends are probably all on that one server as well. Now, when you try and dump 10,000 people on a server that was probably never designed for more than a few thousand people on a server, you have issues really quite quickly. Now, there's common arguments that if Blizzard were just to throw more money at this, they could make a solution. Now, I'm no server technician. I'm no server engineer. I don't know the ins and outs of this. But one thing I do know as far as technology is concerned is you can throw money at the problem and the problem will go away. The issue is it takes time to implement. And that's what they don't have now. They don't have time to fix this properly. Wrath of the Lich King's coming out feels like a few days at the moment. If it comes out in a few days' time, there physically isn't the time to implement what's needed to make it work. This is kind of a vicious cycle that Blizzard put themselves in. They don't spend the money and they don't invest in the technology until it becomes an issue. And soon as it becomes an issue, it's too late because you can't fix it properly. Money doesn't make computers indefinitely powerful. No, but there is definitely the technology out there so that you can connect more than one computer together to achieve the same thing. Let's look at, Facebook is not run off one computer. Social media platforms, Google, YouTube, none of these things are run off one computer. You connect many, many computers together and hey presto, you have huge amounts of processing power and capabilities. The same thing can work behind the scenes for a video game. It's just a lot of money and a lot of time to develop it. They have one of them, but they don't necessarily have the other. This is probably the issue. And that's, yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a problem. A tricky one for Blizzard, though, because in 3 months, even the mega servers will be down to half their current populations. True. This is an issue. This is why they don't spend the money when they need to. They only do it when they have to, because they're still a business that likes to make money. Blizzard has already said this is not a tech issue. There's a cap to it, and social media doesn't work with WebSockets, so it's not the same thing as game companies use. Like I said, I'm no expert in this scenario, but I'm quite aware of the fact that the technology is there. I don't particularly believe Blizzard when they say it's a tech issue. If they were to have the infrastructure in place, they clearly could do. They just don't have the time to do it now, so it's much easier to say that, oh, it's just not possible. What I really dislike is the fact that when it comes to mega servers on Classic and such, the thing that annoys me more than anything else, sure, if they came out and said, look, there's a solution that we can do to this, but it's going to take 4 months for us to implement it. We physically don't have the time. We can do X, Y, and Z now, but it's still only a band-aid fix. In the next 4 months, the player base will probably be half as... if they came out and they were somewhat honest, I wouldn't be too bothered about it. But it's the fact that they offload the problem to the players, which is gross. Oh, well, our solution to this is to give people free character transfers off the server. Well, that doesn't fix the problem. That's just saying we're going to hope a load of you go away and the problem fixes itself. It's not those players' problems that your servers don't work. That's what annoys me more than anything else. Them offloading the problem to the actual player base. But anyway, that we're kind of skirting around the issues a little bit here. We were initially talking about the auction house rather than just the server load in general. But as it stands, if you are going to be playing, especially the fresh servers on Classic, be aware that from a goal-making perspective, you're going to have to use the default auction house, it feels, for the most part. You can't do anything overly fancy at the moment, and it may end up staying that way. So, do with that info as you wish. One solution may have advocated is to use the retail auction house in Classic, but I suspect it's not as simple a solution and comes with its own headaches, taking away from the Classic auction house style of goal making. Yeah, we were talking about this a touch yesterday, that in the however many years since these Classic versions of the game, I mean, it's probably been over 10 years since Wrath of the Lich King came out in the first place. I don't know the exact numbers. But in that period of time, they've seen these problems, they've developed solutions to these problems, and they've implemented them in the retail version of the game. It's finding that happy medium between providing people the Classic experience whilst also using as many of the fixed solutions for systems that they've already done. It must be really, really weird being a developer for Classic, knowing that your retail buddies have already fixed these problems years and years and years ago. If you've worked for Blizzard for long enough, you might have been the one that fixed it for retail. Now you're trying to fix the same problem again for a game you've already fixed the problem for. It must be really, really weird to be a Blizzard dev right now. Practically doing the same job you did 10 years ago again. Must be really weird. If you could have 500,000 people on one server, we'd have games doing it. We don't because it can't be done. I work in the area, I 100% guarantee they're probably already at cap. Maybe. Like I said, I'm no pro at it, but I just tend to feel that it could definitely be handled better than it is. Let's put it that way. There's also, if you're going to look at it from a slightly skeptical perspective, it's also not totally in a game developer's interests to implement it so that you could have 500,000 people on one server. Splitting people off into their own micro sort of communities and economies and stuff is actually quite good for the game. And the odd queue occasionally, as long as the queue is not too bad, is actually good for the health of a video game. It creates hype. It creates desire to play. It absolutely, definitely promotes the game to more people. It's like free marketing. You know, if there's all of these news, it's the whole theory of that, you know, all news is good news, right? How many people are talking about Wrath Classic at the moment because they can't log on and play the game? All that free marketing for a company is worth something for sure. But that's, you know, whether companies actually work like that, I don't know. Good news is you get paid for doing the same job twice. Maybe. Switching back to retail then for a couple of minutes. Penguin has put together a little bit of a, I guess this is like a tier list. It's another video that I haven't watched, unfortunately. As much as I live streaming and YouTube, I don't actually watch a lot of YouTube content, believe it or not, because I'm too busy trying to create my own most of the time. But Penguin has put together a little video, the best professions for patch 9.2.7. So if you're in retail right now and you're desperately scrapping around to make gold, maybe worthwhile having a little bit of a look at this to try and see what's going on. Sambadan seems to have put in a little bit of a spoiler alert for what the video contains. It's worth watching the entire video to listen to the reasoning behind the choices. But your gathering professions is going to be mining, herbalism, and then skinning. No surprises there, really, because skinning is absolutely in the bin right now. Skinning is like 1 silver per callous hide sort of scenario. Skinning's in the bin, unless desolate leather. I'm sure you can do something with desolate leather. Are you back in here, are you, doggo? You've been naughties? Oh dear, you've been naughties. Poor doggo. You have to stay in here then. You silly dog. Go on, you go get in your bed. Go get in your bed. Yeah, gathering right now is going to be tough to make gold with, that is for sure. Simply because, you know, nobody needs half of these materials anymore. Crafting professions, though, like I said, you're going to need to watch the full video to get the reasoning behind it. But I can speculate that leatherworking, tailoring, and blacksmithing are the top 3, for the simple reason that you can still be churning out. You can still be churning out legendaries. If you've already leveled all of this stuff up, you can still practically print gold with the legendaries. Especially with if you can catch the fluctuation in Progenitor Essentia prices. If you can catch your Pog Essences at the right price at the right time in the week, I'm still quite sure you can make some serious bucks on a bunch of servers with the legendaries. Plus, they're also the main professions for crafting the catch-up gear, the 233, the 262 gear. which whilst is probably not selling as frequently as it once was, it's still the current tier of catch-up gear. Anybody that, you know, dings 60 and wants to play that character in somewhat shape or form is likely to at least look at the cost of a set of 233 gear, you know. So that's probably why I'd suspect these three are the top. Jewel crafting comes in slightly behind it because, you know, rings, necklaces, Shadowgast rings are a thing. Then you've got your commodity ones. Alchemy is super tough to make gold with right now, simply because, you know, region-wide auction house. Yeah, you can sell your potions and flasks super quickly, but if you're buying your herbs to craft them, you're lucky if you break even. Inscription's been dead for a long time. Enchanting is just, everything is just too cheap with enchanting. When your eternal crystals are like 10 gold a piece, your enchants are like 20 gold a piece, and who cares for 20 gold? And of course engineering, because you never make gold with engineering. So yeah, TLDR, your gear crafting professions are still holding strong in the crafting scene, even this late in the expansion. Herbalism's quite good, 100 gold for a node. 100 gold for a node? How are you getting 100 gold? I suppose if you're still able to sell the herbs for like 20 gold a piece, then I suppose, yeah, maybe. It's still certainly more efficient than I'd say with like skinning. Hang on, let me read this paragraph that I missed a minute ago. The company I work for, absolutely nothing to do with gaming. We devs have been warning product owners to huge problems with the software architecture for years, but clients didn't complain, so we just kept on adding more stuff on top of what was already bad. Last week the shit hit the fan, and now we're at the point where it'd be harder to fix the problem than it would be to just make the entire new software altogether. With all the spaghetti code comments in the past, I can totally see how it'd be impossible to fix the problem now in WoW. Yeah, see, this is clearly an issue, right? Instead of keeping on top of it and spending the money as and when you need to, you know, if you just wait and you just wait and you just wait and you build a game purely for profit, and you don't look too far into the future, you don't invest in it when you need to, you just wait until, you know, something snaps. When something snaps and something breaks, then you could probably, yeah, then that's the problem, right? It's just too much spaghetti code to fix it. This has been a problem that's WoW's had for probably nearly 10 years now. Because let's not forget, when they first made World of Warcraft back in the day, they didn't even plan for it to be like... They didn't even plan to make an expansion back in the day, right? It was basically a side hustle for a long time for Blizzard. You know, living off what was StarCraft, and, you know, they had the Warcraft games back in the day. They thought that they'd try and make something that competes with EverQuest, but it didn't really, you know, in the early days of World of Warcraft, it didn't really take off because people looked at it and they were like, oh, it's all cartoony and fairies and dragons and shit. It's a bit geeky. We don't really like it. And so I'd imagine when they originally made the very first implementation of World of Warcraft, the code in it was probably gross, right? Somebody would look at it and it would just be terrible. And they've just layered on top of that into system, on layered shit on top of it, on top of it, on top of it, on top of it. Cataclysm turns up and they do a full revamp. I think a lot of that revamp changed a lot of the coding behind the scenes as well. This is why nobody really liked Cataclysm, because it didn't feel as if it offered anything. But behind the scenes, it was as far as Blizzard are concerned, Cataclysm was one of the most beneficial expansions for them to release, because they got to fix a bunch of shit behind the scenes that was just, you know, broken. And this is why level squishes have to happen. This is why, you know, gear squishes have to happen. It gives them an opportunity to just clean up, to do a spring clean behind the scenes. The issue is now, though, it's like 17, 18 years old, and short of just starting from scratch again, it's terrible. WoW has mostly been a single-threaded game until very recently. CPU performance has always been... Yeah, very true. Very true. I, for practically more than a decade now, have had like at least a quad-core CPU. I remember for a long time, WoW would use one thread of your CPU, maybe two if you were really lucky, but much past that, it was useless. Now we have like easy access to 8, 12, 16, even 32 thread processors, and only within the last couple of years has WoW been able to take advantage of any of that. So yeah, I understand why they've got problems behind the scenes fixing all of this, but it's a time thing, you know? If they spend the money and they start doing it way ahead of time, they can catch it before it becomes a problem. WoW on Unreal Engine 4. There's loads of videos on that, right? There's people that have made like small sections of WoW. There was the Gates of Orgrimmar or something has been redone in Unreal Engine a few times, I think, by a few different people. It was very impressive. If it was true that they couldn't easily change the backpack size because of some hard-coded shit, how do you expect them to be able to properly-ish fix the auction house without minimal-ish effort? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as mere mortals who play the game, we just straight up don't understand. I know there's an element of just, you know, the layman just doesn't understand. Mere mortals probably do not understand what goes into making an MMO as large and as complicated as World of Warcraft. But the reality is that's why these developers, over the many, many years they've worked for them, have hopefully been paid very handsomely for the work that they do. And we as paying customers still buy the product and we still pay monthly for it. So our expectations still, for the most part, should be met. And it's Blizzard's problem as a for-profit company to make sure that happens. Hard-coded shit. Don't you guys have source codes? Yeah. Put your phones down. Put your phones down. You don't need that anymore. Anyway, the last thing in this little, the last thing in the weekly economy wrap-up is a really, really interesting vanilla dungeon transmog farming infographic. This is something that is probably one of the most difficult things to put together. So massive kudos to Sastania, I apologize if I butchered that name, for putting this little infographic together. One of the most frequent questions you see is, I want to get into transmog farming. What should I do? Where should I farm? And what should I try and get? This goes somewhat to, at least for vanilla anyway, which is arguably where a lot of the actual in-demand transmog comes from. Goes to showcase just kind of what you can be getting, where you can get it from. Now, there's no pricing data on any of this. It's more of an indication of just, you know, what is something you should be aiming for. But they write, after a few weeks of being addicted to old vanilla dungeon transmog farming, I put together an infographic on the green sets that are worth holding on to, unique dungeon drops, and those with one-of-a-kind appearances, and other things to keep in mind whilst farming for certain instances. It's recommended by many to do each dungeon 100+ times, but to switch it up to avoid burnout, so it's nice to be able to target something in particular, or to know where to farm for variety without dipping into the same loot that you've just farmed. There are some things left to tinker with, but this could give you a great idea on how to tackle your dungeon farming. Now, I saw this, and my brain instantly went in a different direction, right? I might need, for the purpose of the stream, to full screen this. Some of it may get lost behind my camera, but it should at least allow you to see it in a little bit more detail. We can zoom in certain areas. So it's been broken down into different loot pools. So we can see that there's loot pool A, which is a certain amount. I've got to work out what this color coding is, but certain dungeons have certain loot available to them, unique items, things that only drop in certain dungeons, things that you can get in both places. Does not drop in Razorfang Downs, a few different bits and bobs, a bit of notes to go with it. There's a lot. You could look at this and you could consider it a bit of an information overload. But I look at it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. See what the exclusionary items, sub-pools, unique blue BOEs only lootable in this dungeon. Oh, well, there we go. There we go. I look at this and I'm... the first thing I thought was, wow, this gives me a monstrously great big list of items to make sure I have set up in TSM groups to snipe for. Like, the only way you would get me doing any form of transmog farming, or, okay, maybe not farming, but transmog selling. I don't really deal with much transmog stuff at all at the moment, simply because I've never been bothered to put together groups or pay too much attention to what people want. This, though, is a really good starting point for vanilla transmog items to pay attention to, if nothing else. I might at some point try and take information like this and that others have put together to try and put together some TSM groups, maybe, for transmog stuff. Like I said, not necessarily for the purpose of actually going out and farming it, because to go out and farm this sort of stuff, in my mind, is mental, right? It makes absolutely no sense for me to go out and farm it when the items are probably already on the auction house for you to buy. It's quicker and easier to make the gold than it is to farm a very specific item. It's always been the case. Let me know when you've done with the shopping list and send it to me. Well, I'm also maybe thinking that taking some of the key items off this list and, yeah, utilizing other add-ons to easily and quickly be able to search for them might be a good way to look at it. If we look at Alderman, for example, Alderman's a big one because Alderman has the super rares. The super rares, and Zanzaful was doing some... Zanzaful spent probably an entire month just running Alderman, it felt. Every time I logged onto his stream, for what felt like weeks, he was running Alderman. And presumably to get a stockpile of some of these unique items from Alderman. Some of them, the big boy ones, things like the Miner's Hat, Papal Fez, these are, the Jackhammer especially, these are items that are 6-7 figure transmog items, because they're super duper mega rare. So rare that there are usually people actually just waiting to buy them if you price them, you know, accordingly. But you could do 500 runs of Alderman and never see one. So this is why I tend to think that farming them is a terrible idea. Grind the gold that you need much faster, far more effectively, and then buy the one from somebody that's already farmed it. Because there ain't no chance, even if you buy something like the Jackhammer, if you find that for 500,000 gold, I can guarantee that if you set 2 people, you send one off into Alderman to go and get the Jackhammer by farming it, and you sent one off in the other direction to make 500,000 gold to buy the Jackhammer that's already on the auction house, you'd quite clearly have a winner in that scenario. The faster option will always be to acquire and to make the gold needed than it would be to farm it itself. But if you were to import all those to a TSM list, TSM then has some very powerful tools to be able to sort the items, e.g. filtering by region market average, sale rate, etc. Tools that very few people are aware of. Woo, we will talk. I think I know exactly what you're referring to, but we will talk. Because this is something that's on... Now, the problem is we are so close to Dragonflight. This might be one of those things that goes on my list of to-dos that I never quite get to. But I have more and more so in recent times, especially considering Project Pet. Project Pet, for me, was the first stepping stone into multi-region flipping. Now, since 9.2.7... multi-realm flipping, the barrier to entry to it has significantly dropped, meaning that it needs to be pushed higher up my priority list so I stay ahead of the curve with it. But I might need to do my own infographic to illustrate the process. Hey, get on it, man. Get on it. Make it happen. Make sure you send it to me first. We'll talk. We'll talk. But yes, this was remarkably. This is probably a few hundred hours of work just illustrated on a single sheet. So it was really, really handy to see. Now, in theory, you could just go through Wowhead or you could just pull up all the things and maybe get a good idea of this in the first place. But the little extra bonuses that are quite handy here, things like tagging anything that's got a little orange dot. Anything that's got a little orange dot as a unique appearance. That instantly is like, that's cash monies right there. If it's a unique appearance, that's cash monies. Because it means if somebody's trying to complete a transmog collection or they want that appearance, this is the only item that offers that appearance. This is why vanilla stuff is quite sought after. Because look how many little orange dots there are on some of these blue items. You will quite often find that people pay big bucks for these, for sure. But this, yes, I was very impressed with this little infographic. So shout out once again to Sustania. They posted this over on the subreddit a few days ago. Really cool little infographic. Love that. Love me that. These kind of infographics are fantastic for narrowing down what to look for and where to go. Transmog farming in dungeons is a fun way to pass the time and make some gold. Of course, this comes with a great caveat that transmog are notoriously slow sellers, and you typically need an inventory of about 1,000 different items before you start seeing any steady sales. That said, it's a great little supplement to gold making and fun to blast through dungeons. It's more fun to buy up the underpriced efforts of other people and sell them for more. That's gonna be my approach with this. You're unlikely to get me farming for any of this sort of stuff, but what you will do is see me cherry picking some of the cheaper items that start dotting about. The irony being is that the more people that talk about this, the more people that draw attention to this will mean the more people that go out farming these dungeons, and the more competition on selling the transmog pieces, meaning the more opportunity there will be to snag some cheap deals. So that's my direction I'll take it. But I'm the mental person who enjoys spam running these dungeons. A lot of people do get enjoyment from it. There's a dopamine kick to be had when a super rare item pops up. There's definitely a dopamine kick to be had there. My dopamine kick is different though. I don't get that dopamine kick by having an item drop for me. I could be running Alderman and I could get the miner's hat to drop and I probably wouldn't care. Now I would care greatly when I sell the miner's hat for 1 million gold. That's my dopamine kick. When I actually get the gold for it, then boom, then I'm a happy man. This is why I'm capable of sitting in the auction house for hours just watching that number go up. The only time you'll get me actually running these dungeons, I would imagine, is if there's like bind on pickup, like boss drop stuff that I need. But I'm personally not too fussed about maxing out my transmogs. I'd much rather profit off other people who do care about it. I'd just learn it 10 out of 10, even if I bought the Papal Fez. Well, yeah, this is it, right? With transmog, I have one simple rule. My one rule when it comes to transmog is if it's the first time, if I need the appearance, I learn it. I don't care what it costs. If I need the appearance, I learn it. If I get it again, I sell it. That's the easy way to do it. Which means over time, if more transmog farmers had that approach, they'd not only complete their transmog collection, they'd make a little bit of gold off the back of doing it, and they'd constantly have a really good incentive to keep farming. The people that farm for transmogs solely for the purpose of making gold never last. They farm up a bunch of shit and they always get burnt out when they realise that posting 1,000 mogs every 48 hours to get 27 gold in your mailbox 48 hours later is not fun. That's when they all dip. That's when they all cash out. That's when they all say, right, transmog farming's not for me. But if you're completing a transmog collection at the same time, if you're, you know, steadily gaining something, people might last out with it a little bit longer. Alderman is odd because most of the really good stuff comes from the treasure chests and not the mobs. Oh, now you see, today I learn. See, I didn't even know. I watched Zanzafall farm Alderman a few times and I was like, yeah, you know what, not me. And then comes the goal making subreddit and be like, transmog doesn't sell. Yep, every time. That's when they end up posting everything at 500 gold. See, I have a magic number for my transmog stuff. Can anybody remember what my magic number is for transmog? If I have a piece of transmog that I've listed on the auction house more than like 3 times, if I can't sell it within 3 times, I post it for 99 gold and just like get out of here. Like, because I know somebody will buy it, you know. I'd rather sell it than have to relist it 1,000,000 times. But anyway, yeah, the TLDR is that this was a really cool little infographic, and I hope some people can take advantage of this. Yeah, the irony being that the epics are not necessarily the things you're after either, which is quite funny. It's all the blue items. It's all the blue rares. How we doing, Lyth? Welcome in. Good morning. Or what is now probably good afternoon for most people. Hope you're well. That said, what I probably should do is I should probably make sure I relist my auctions on retail before we get too deep into stuff. I might relist my auctions, then we might take a little bit of a look on the beta again. Get some more stuff done on the beta. I quite clearly have just realised that I've actually done nothing on the beta today. I talked about a few things I did over the weekend, but I've practically done nothing. This tends to happen. I seem to be very, very good at doing absolutely nothing. I don't know how I've developed that ability. I seem to excel in doing nothing somehow. Would be wise to set up some post operation that posts them more and more cheaply the more times they end up in the mailbox again. I've done things of that nature as well. Yeah, I've tried to do things like that, taking like the number of expireds into account, using, you know, reverse multiples of the number of expireds to slowly but surely discount things until eventually somebody just buys it. The problem with that approach, though, is that the quickest way to sell something fast is to do a deep undercut on something. If you're listing something for 25,000 gold every single day for a year, the day you post it for 2,000 gold, it will sell instantly. But if you were to steadily drop it from 25 to, you know, 24.5 to 24 to 24, you know, if you were to slowly drop it down, it doesn't make a blind bit of difference. You're often best off just posting it at a high price for a long time and then one day just having a massive blowout sale and hoping that a bunch of it sells. That's what I've always found to be the most reliable way. But like I said, I'm no expert in the field because I don't really come across much transmog stuff. I'll learn the first one and then I'll sell the next one I get for whatever I can get for it. Where's the tunes gone? Let's put some more gaming tunes on. Crash Bandicoot main theme. Yes. Love me some Crash Bandicoot. Apologies to anybody watching the VOD, you won't be able to hear the tunes, but right, let's get this lot relisted. Is Pog Essence in the bin now? Can we safely say that Pog Essence is in the bin? Somebody's bought it all. I knew one of you would do that. I knew somebody listening would have a blast at this. I'm just concerned when there's 17,000 Progenitor Essentia sat in somebody's mailbox that they're going to relist later today. That's quite funny. That's made me giggle, you know. This was down to like 700 gold. Oh dear. Damn, even the flasks are dropping. Look, there's 43,000 flasks available. Was tempted to do so, but everybody's dumping their mats on the auction house. Yeah. Yeah, 43,000 spectral flasks of power. That's quite a sizable number of flasks. Most of the essences are below. In fact, all of the essences are sub 75 gold now. Does that mean that our good old buddy old pal Elythium ore? Yeah, Elythium has got to be. Damn, this is cheap now. Okay, we're only here to post some stuff. Let's get some stuff posted. Let's go gadget go. I've still got what feels like quite a lot of 233 and 262 gear. I've not done a restock for a while. I'm seeing a surprising amount. Can I search for 262? Huh? Oh. Oh. When you search for 262, it highlights your 262 legendaries, but not the 262. Okay, that's odd. Sure. Oh well, you can't win everything. The funny part is, no matter how many flasks, food, or armor kits I make, it all sells within a day. I probably will do. Like the turnaround on commodity items that people actually need and want. So yeah, anything that gives you a buff is there's still plenty enough people running raids and doing Mythic Plus and whatever. There's plenty enough people still doing it for commodities to fly off the shelves. The problem is that they can fly off the shelves, but you're making like razor thin profit margins. You know, the value of a potion or a flask probably only needs to go down like 10 gold for it to all of a sudden be at a loss for you. It's just way too risky. Probably alright to do if you're trying to make your first 100k or whatever, but not even sure how I'll make gold in Dragonflight with the new commodity merger. I mean, there is going to... Well, I think it's quite clear to me that Blizzard have tried to shift the meta from crafting back to gathering. Shadowlands was an odd expansion because the tables were turned in Shadowlands. Whilst gathering was super good for goal making in the first few weeks and months, namely skinning was being the number one. Very quickly it shifted to crafting being the absolute meta for goal making. Now crafting should always be good for making gold. It should always have more opportunities because of course if you're gathering, you're trading time for usually just a handful of different items and you hope people want those items. And in pretty much every expansion in the history of everything, it's usually been that farming is significantly good use of your time. You can make more by crafting, but you needed to be doing it at just an like extreme level. Legendaries came along though in Shadowlands and made it so that crafting would be an optimal way of making gold a lot sooner, without you having to craft anywhere near as much. And is meant that the cancel scan meta became far more prolific. Is that a word? The cancel scan meta became best in slot for gold making. If you can be crafting and selling things on the auction house, cancel scanning to get your sales quickly, you could far surpass the gold that you could ever possibly dream of making from gathering. Now, it's clear to me, from what I've seen in the Dragonflight, that they're trying to revert that back to how it always was. They're trying to make it so that every single person can run around the world and pick up stuff and sell that stuff to other people, and that will still be maybe not the best, but a good way of making gold, or at least provide you with a steady enough income to do the basics in the game if you spend enough time doing it. So we'll see how it ends out. The reality for most is that if you need some gold, the quickest and easiest way is to spend some time and go out and get things that people want. And that's going to be a big thing in Dragonfly, I reckon. At least for the first patch, or probably 2. You'll have to be pretty aggressive with your crafting for crafting to make you more gold. And there's this inherent ceiling that's been put on crafting in Dragonflight because of work orders. You can no longer spend some of your own gold crafting a whole bunch of stuff to then go out and sell it on the auction house in Dragonflight. You can, but the stuff you're selling is far more simplistic, it's far more basic. The big stuff, the big ticket items are all being pushed into this work order system, which means you're not preemptively crafting or buying materials or stockpiling materials to preemptively craft these items. You're straight up waiting for a work order to come in. You're waiting for somebody to say, yes, I want one of those, and then you craft it. That means supply and demand switches pretty aggressively. It shifts completely in the opposite direction. There'll never be a surplus of supply of something like we have now. If you go onto the auction house and you search any shadow ghast ring, every single one, there's not actually even that many on my realm, but every single one of these Shadowghast rings, somebody has bought the materials or acquired the materials and they've covered the cost of making this up front, which is what generates that big surge in demand for materials all the time. People are buying materials before they have a buyer for the thing that they're crafting. None of that in Dragonflight. You are not you might stock up on a small amount of materials, but only enough materials to make a handful of items, because you're also going to be limited to how many work orders you're able to fulfill every day. We don't know exactly what that number is going to be, but they've indicated that a crafter will only be able to craft X amount of items to fulfill work orders each day. So your desire to stockpile guild banks full of materials is not really going to be there. It's going to really aggressively switch the meta. And I think it will push the meta very much to the direction of, you know what, if you want to make gold, go out and gather some shit. Go pick some herbs, go pick up some ore, and then, you know, sell it to whoever needs it whenever they need it on the region-wide auction house. You'll still sell things pretty speedily. You won't make huge amounts of gold from it, but it will be reliable. Far more reliable than what crafting will, I feel. But that's just an early impression, an early feeling. It's hard to gauge these sorts of things because there's no actual economy on the alpha. There's no actual economy on the beta. You see materials and you see things that can be crafted, but it's very, very difficult to get an understanding of just what's going to be, you know, what's the balance going to be? Is there going to be far more of this material than people ever need? And if that's the case, it crashes the price. Or is there going to be a glut of materials? Is there going to be like, is there going to be some bottleneck material that, like heavy callous hide, where people just will pay stupid money for it because there just isn't enough of it being created? You can never really tell that stuff. You can get an idea, but you can never tell for sure until it actually goes live, which is a worry because nothing. It's super. I don't envy the person that has to try and balance all of the crafting and the gathering and the material generation. I don't envy the person that has to try and balance all of that because they've got no actual solid data to go by. You can simulate that sort of stuff, but simulations are never accurate, and I doubt Blizzard even do it. You know, I guess in most cases, I guess that when it comes to just how many materials are needed for each item and pattern, they just kind of guess at the beginning, and then they'll tweak it if they get it wrong. It's going to be more and more time gating. Yeah, I do have a feeling that there's going to be quite a bit of that. How did people grind the gold for the auction house mount? By farming? Did all of those people sell all of the mats? Was the demand for those mats so high? No, the problem with the auction house mount, the problem with the Longboy was that people very, very quickly realised that farming materials to try and sell materials, or farming materials to craft things to try and sell the crafts, there just wasn't the demand for it. There straight up just was not the demand for A, the materials, or B, the crafted items. So what ended up happening in most cases, most people who grinded gold to get the Longboy did it by raw gold farming or a variation of some sort of vendor shuffle, which in most cases meant that people who grinded the gold to get the Longboy probably put in 200 hours of just straight up just smashing their face on their keyboard to grind mobs to get the gold to do it. It was one of the big reasons to why I stepped back into gold making content and content creation, because it killed me to see just how many people were wasting hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of their life, you know, just grinding mobs to try and make gold. I was like, this is not the best way of doing any of this. And it's why when I got the Shadowlands beta, I was like, right, let's try and do something about this, because this is ridiculous. Since they waited to the tail end of the expansion to try and grind for the 5 mil. Yeah, well, what was it? They gave us, if I remember right, it was about, I want to say it was about April. I think it was about April when the announcement came out that the Longboy was going extinct. And that basically gave people 6 months, right? It gave people from April until, when did Shadowlands actually launch? I can't remember the exact ins and outs, but it basically gave people about 6 months of a heads up that the Longboy was going away to do something about it. Which, 6 months grinding raw gold to make 5 million gold. Let's look at it from the perspective of that's like 1 million gold a month. If you had to be making 1 million gold a month, you were, to get 1 million gold a month, you were roughly getting somewhere in the region of, I want to say, 8 to 10,000 gold an hour raw gold farming. So do the maths on that. 10 hours, 100 hours for every, you were basically, people were spending, would have had to have spent 100 hours a month raw gold farming, or 25, a part-time job raw gold farming for 6 months. Put it that way. What is it? Because you got 5 million gold. Divide that by about the 10,000 gold that people were getting an hour raw gold farming. 500 hours of gameplay, and people had about 6 months to do that. So people were spending in excess of 80 to 85 hours a month, 20 hours a week, a part-time job, raw gold farming for 6 months to get the long boy. It blew my mind that people were actually doing this. This is why every man and their dog switched to multi-boxing. But what I don't get is why so many people switch to multi-boxing instead of just buying tokens for gold. You could have spent, like, the amount of money that you'd have spent on accounts and the amount of money that you'd have spent on upgrading those accounts and the amount of money that you'd have spent on game time. You could have probably just bought the tokens and got 5 million gold and done it. Searched for Longboy going away. The 5th result is, will Manthius ever get a Longboy? Is it really? Oh, God. Probably not. It was a bit silly to just not buy the tokens. Yeah, it was wild. It was wild that people decided to go the multi-boxing route. To raw gold farming via multi-boxing. Without any prior experience of multi-boxing or understanding how multi-boxing worked. You just spend the money. If you're going to spend that, because what was 8 accounts worth? What was 8 accounts? Shadowlands was $40 a piece. Hang on. So you were like $40 a piece. You would need to probably buy, let's say you needed to buy 7 accounts because people were multi-boxing 8 boomkins in flipping different areas of the world. $280 just buying the copies of Shadowlands. Plus, you'd need $15 a month times 8. 15 times 8 is 120. Plus the 280 from buying the games. You were up to $400 just for a month. By that point, you could have just bought tokens. If you divide that by $20, you could have bought 20 tokens. What was a token worth towards the end of BFA? 100. I want to say the tokens were like 180k, 200k, 200,000 times 20. There was your 4 mil. Like, there was your 4. It was just wild. Yeah, the people that went the multi-boxing route to raw gold farm to buy the long boy, I couldn't. The maths just didn't work out to me. It didn't make sense. It didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Your math is wrong. People farmed the gold, therefore it was free. Touche. Touche, good sir. Farmed it, so it's free. Hang on, somebody was saying that Pog Essence... You lot. Ah, gee. I hope I don't get the raw end of the stick for this. Look, I did not tell anybody to go out and buy these. There's a good... What day is it? It's Monday. By Tuesday afternoon, I put good money on the fact that there'll be 15,000 Progenitor Essentia up. There's a lot of it that's poof disappeared in the last couple of days. But good luck on you. Good luck if you're the one trying to flip Progenitor Essentia right now. You got deeper pockets than I do. Would you say that the tokens will drop in price soon, or... No, there is practically zero chance that the token is going to go down in value before Dragonflight lands. There's realistically only one thing that pushes the value of the token down, and that is a surge in people wanting to either buy something in-game with gold they don't have. So they buy tokens and there's then a surplus of them available. Or the only other option is when there's, you know, the token... in fact, no, that's practically it. That's realistically the only thing that's going to push the token value down. So that's not happening. This is going to steadily rise up until Dragonflight launches. There's practically no reason for it to go down. For historical reference, in the EU, the token price has pretty consistently gone up by about 10,000 gold a month. 10,000 gold a calendar month is roughly how much the token price has gone up. Since the start of Shadowlands to today, it's roughly 10,000 gold a month. It's increased every month. And that's pretty consistent. There's been, you know, a few ups and downs. You know, a patch launching will push the price down, but it will quickly catch back up again to where it was before. So I would imagine that when Dragonflight launches, it will push the price down somewhat, and then the same thing will repeat again. About 10,000 gold a month it will increase for. The token price very rarely during an expansion actually goes down. There might be, you know, a week or two here or there where it dips, but traditionally it just gets more and more expensive as the expansion goes on. Do we reckon Arclight Rumble will have much of an effect on it? Yeah, I've kind of what's going on with Arclight Rumble. They made a big announcement about it and they told everybody about it, and then Towley did a few videos about it, and they never really, we haven't heard much about Arclight Rumble. I don't feel that game's coming out for a while, you know. I think they're holding that one back. They're going to hold that one back for the middle of next year when people have got bored of Dragonflight. And they need something to keep the cash flow going, is my guess. What was I selling then? I was selling some Bone Shatter Gauntlets. Bone Shatter Gauntlets. Who says legendaries don't sell still? 13,000 gold though. It's 13,000 gold if you take the 5k crafting cost plus the vestige. A vestige is probably 3,000 gold. Yeah, 3,000 to 4,000 gold for a vestige. 8k, sold it for 13. Sure. Not touching Arclight, not even with somebody else's hands. I've just uninstalled Hearthstone because they added a second battle pass to it. Enough isn't. They've added a second battle pass into Hearthstone. Damn. Enough is enough. I mean, after the whole Diablo Immortal shenanigans where they really took the piss. But let's be honest here. Diablo Immortal, this is not me giving Blizzard a get out of jail free card for this in any way, shape or form. But Diablo Immortal had practically nothing to do with Blizzard. I mean, it's just absolutely netties all over the shop. It's got the Blizzard logo on it, but I don't think it has a huge amount to do with them. There's a regular battle pass and the Battleground battle pass. What? A second battle pass and a second... What is this? What? Where's Hearthstone at? New season pass. Announcing Battleground Season 2. So there's now double monies. They're double dipping you. See, free to play mobile game, boys and girls. That's your problem. Free to play mobile game. If you're not paying to play the game, you're paying to play the game. It's such an odd one. I would much rather pay $60 up front for a video game to have at least some assumption that I'm not going to get nickeled and dimed from every angle. Unfortunately, though, that's not the case anymore, is it? The AAA gaming industry is like, right, we're gonna fuck you from every angle. Use runestones to buy in-game. 15 bucks for the battle pass. Use runestones to purchase in-game. You can purchase the season pass in-game for 1,500 runestones. Get your runestones today. That's Hearthstone, right? Recommended for you. Murder at Castle Nathria Tavern Pass. Thrones of Tides mini set. 70 bucks. 70 bucks. Oh, God. How many card packs is that? Or is that just the complete set? That was a mini set. It's not even it's a mini set. Throne of Tides mini set adds 66 new cards to your collection. 35 brand new cards with 2 copies of each common, rare, and epic, and 1 legendary of each card. 70 bucks. Minimum set, maximum price. Do you guys not have wallets? See, the ridiculous thing is, right, is I make bajillions of gold in World of Warcraft. So practically I can look at these numbers and be like, yeah, it's basically free. But even then, I'm like, even then it pains me. Even then it pains me to spend Blizzard balance on it. It was the same with Diablo Immortal. You could burn through like 250 bucks of Blizzard balance in Diablo Immortal without even blink, like within 10 minutes. New Battleground Season Pass. This is the best thing. Play for free. Well, aren't you generous? Runestones bundles from $4.99. Let me guess, they go all the way up to $99.99. Yeah, there we go. 80 bucks for 8,000 runestones. Use runestones to buy the Battleground Season Pass and presumably a bunch of other stuff. Introducing runestones, Hearthstone's new virtual currency. Use them in lieu of direct purchases for packs, bundles, cosmetics, and the Battleground Season Pass, and just about any other Hearthstone product you can buy from the in-game store. Wow. So spend 80 bucks on a bunch of fake monies to then spend your fake monies on something else. Wow. Didn't somebody buy tokens for close to like, yes, somebody's, yeah. That's crazy. Actually wild. Yeah, what's going on with Arclight Rumble? It's still here, look. No news has happened about it in what feels like a million years. Development update. When did this happen? Oh, that's opening it in a new... August 11th was the last update for this. So the last development update on Arclight was our 0.9.3 update will include a new recurring PvE mode that will be the primary way to acquire additional coins. We also have a round of mini and talent tweaks incoming. Want beta access to Warcraft Arclight Rumble? Entries are now closed. Give us your most inspirational battle cry and the best entries will receive a Warcraft Arclight Rumble beta invite. In other words, tell me your Twitter followers or tell me your YouTube subs and we'll decide if you're worthy. As a reminder, beta invite and game access can only be given from official Blizzard Entertainment sources. I might tap somebody up to see if I can get invited to this just to see what it's about. I'm intrigued by Arclight Rumble for the main simple reason that what's the Supercell flipping hell? I can't remember what it's called. Clash Royale, something like that. The other one, the one that this game is based on. I played that a lot back in the day, and it was quite fun because I do like my mobile games. I hate to say it, I do like these silly little mobile games. I've played them all, like your Clash of Clans I played for ages. I've never spent any money in them. I've always found it, like, I've always been super cautious to not spend money in these because I'm blissfully... I like to be blissfully unaware of what it's like to be a whale in these games. I don't ever want to experience whaledom, because once you experience it once, you're hooked. So if you don't ever... And this is why I put down Diablo Immortal really quickly. For the one simple reason that those games, when they grab you, you've got no control over it anymore. Once they've got you, they've got you. And the problem is once they've got you in one game, they've got you in all games forever. Once you feel the power of being a whale in a video game, it's bad. This is why the microtransactions start off at like 20 cents, 90 cents, €1. You know, just give us something. Just give us something. And then they just bend you over, and Mandingo goes to town on you. And it's you can't sit down for a week. Even Diablo Immortal, I really like the game itself. See the welcome to the dark side. Yeah, this is the problem. Once they've got you, they've just got you. There's no getting around it. So that's how you summon Mandingo. Yeah. The nasty thing is the cash grab usually comes after a good while, after you've already spent an amount of hours, making it virtually impossible to progress any further. So you either let go of all of that effort you put into a game, or you pay. Yeah. What is a Mandingo? I don't understand. Yeah, just don't Google it. Save search off. Right, Harambe goes to town on you. Anyway, I could now jump back into the beta for a little while, you know, or I could do what I really think is sensible for me to do, which is go and get some food. We've already been streaming a fair amount of time today. Yeah, we've been streaming for 4 hours. I should probably go get me some food before I get too hangry. If I start playing the beta again, you know, I'll find something to complain about, and that's not good for anybody. It might be slightly entertaining for a few people, but... have I got the Wrath of the Lich King mount yet? I haven't done that yet, and I'm going to be honest, I probably won't. I've had these passing thoughts that maybe I'll jump onto the Wrath, but you know, hype train a little bit. Truth be told, though, it's not a very sensible decision for me to start playing Wrath, because if I start leveling up in the pre-patch for Wrath, then I've got a good 3 to 4 weeks of playing Wrath before I get bored of it, which sounds great, right? Until you remember that the harsh reality of things is my job is practically playing World of Warcraft, and that will be, in that period of time, I will not be focusing at all on the beta. I will not be learning the stuff. I will not be developing the tools and the guides and the hints and the tips, and, you know... It's just not a good decision for me to start playing Wrath of the Lich King. Now, it sounds like such a weird thing to say, but it's not a very viable option for me right now, so I probably won't. I'm also very aware that just go and casually get this mount. Just go level up a Death Knight. Just install the game, and here's a free mount. The first hit's always free, right? You level up your Death Knight, and you're like, oh, this is quite cool. I remember this. Nostalgia kicks in. And then 4 weeks later, when you've not left the house, had a shower, or had a shave, and you've got a stack of pizza boxes next to you, you reassess your your decisions in life. Already uninstalled. Hey, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Log in, get your mount, log out, quick. It was awful. No quest locations. Have to read where shit was. Read in a video game? What is this, 1940? What is going on? Or you could just stop as soon as you reach the goal like we all did. Hey, I don't have the willpower. I know my limitations. I know where they are. But then, boys and girls, I think I'm going to leave it here for today. We'll be back again tomorrow, maybe. Tomorrow is a 50-50 on the stream for the one very simple reason of that I've done a bunch of stuff in the beta, and I feel I really need to put some time and effort together putting it in video form for YouTube. I'm very cautious that I am leaving my YouTube channel in the dust at the moment, and it doesn't feel good. We've just hit 12k subs on the YouTube channel. There's a bunch of new people kicking about on there, and I feel it's my duty to give some short form content as well. So I might take the day tomorrow to craft up a few videos for the YouTube channel. You know, we got silly things like Enchanting that we haven't looked at. I want to do a small overview of the gathering professions. Yeah, we'll see. I really dislike YouTube for game content. It doesn't work for everybody. But the reality of the fact is if I want to be considered a sensible content creator, I need to spend some time and devote some time to both. So, but ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's it for today. Thank you all for joining. We'll be back again probably tomorrow. Come say hi on the Discord. There's some discussions going on around World of Warcraft gold making, the Dragonflight beta, all of that sort of stuff. Come say hi over in the Discord if you're not there already. But otherwise, have yourselves a good day, and I'll catch you all next time. Peace.